Chapter 472. Previously, there were players who inquired about Hui's account being banned, players who inquired about Yi Shui's account being banned, and so on. Shi Ying's body leaned back as he laid in the gaming chamber, his expression one of terror. In other words, it was a real-life investigation. Battle official notification. During the ban period, you are unable to log into the official website of Battle. Remaining time: 2 days, 23 hours, 58 minutes, and 5 seconds. Dear Mother, I'm begging you. Even a vicious tiger won't eat its own cubs. Mo Xiaoxin, who is known for his power in the forum, finally gave in and acted like a wrong child. The new mother looked at Mo Xiaoxin as if he was an idiot and continued walking to her room. Battle official notification. The privacy of all players is protected by the game. Your behavior has seriously violated the rules of the game. You will now be banned for 3 days as punishment. If there is a next time, the punishment will be increased. If the circumstances are particularly serious, your account will be banned. After all, there were so many troublemakers in the game. If this protection was gone, it would affect the social order. This money is coming too slowly. I have a super fast way to earn money. Do you want to hear it? The new mother said with a vague smile on her face. Mo Xiaoxin slowly squatted down and muttered dispiritedly. For example, Crayon Shinchan. If other players could find out his IP address through illegal means, he was afraid that this player would be assassinated. I was wrong, please don't ban me. Shi Ying could not help but wail at this moment. Thinking of this, Shi Ying, who was in the mansion of the dead, chose to exit the game and went to the virtual interface. However, at this moment, the virtual screen suddenly darkened and a line of red words appeared. It could only be said that he did not hide it well enough. Moreover, he had made so many enemies that it was normal for him to be killed. Mother, if you do this, your son will really be depressed. Think about it. Your son will lose all his fun in the future. He will gradually become autistic and lose hope in life. Do you have the heart to? Mo Xiaoxin was really afraid of his internet-addicted mother. Ahem, I caught a few spiritual fish in the past few days. I'll sell them for money to help us improve our meals. Mo Xiaoxin had a bad feeling in his heart. As a Buddha-like big boss behind the scenes, although Lu Wu felt that he was a salted fish, he still had to have the right values. Seeing that the negotiation had failed, the new mother frowned and a dignified expression appeared on her face. Mom, I don't think your way of thinking is right. If you really want to sell me, why don't you wait for the bounty pool to increase? Think about it, the soul coins in the bounty pool have already reached 4 million, but think about it. In the future, when everyone's level increases, the price of high-level equipment will also increase. Think about it 10 years later. Think about it 20 years later. If we take the bounty now, I think it's undoubtedly killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. In fact, there's still a lot of room for improvement. At this moment, the mother and son were staring at each other at the dining table. In other words, his efforts during this period of time had been completely wasted. The software started running. When the last suspect was investigated, Shi Ying was completely dumbfounded. Wait until the bounty pool rises to 100 million, then we'll make our move. That way, you'll be the district's #1 nouveau riche, and you'll be able to maintain that status for at least a few decades. Mo Xiaoxin suggested with a solemn expression. Searching for someone else's IP address was a violation of the other player's privacy. The more Mo Xiaoxin listened, the more flustered he became. There was only one way in his mind to earn money so quickly and in such a way. I'm full, I'm going to the game now. Son, prepare yourself for a backstab. At this moment, the new mother stood up and made a cheering gesture to Mo Xiaoxin. Mom, why do I feel that the way you look at me these few days doesn't seem right? Mo Xiaoxin asked, slightly embarrassed. Hiss. No, it's just that we're almost out of money, and we can't afford to buy ingredients. The new mother continued with a solemn expression. At that time, Mo Xiaoxin did not believe it at all. However, as he gradually grew up, Mo Xiaoxin became more and more convinced. Based on his mother's personality, it was impossible for her to find a marriage partner. Be careful. Have you noticed that the food has become worse these days? The new mother said with a solemn expression. Where would I get 6,000 soul coins? I've used all my soul coins to buy spiritual materials to strengthen my ship. I don't have any money. And Mo Xiaoxin replied immediately. Recently, your mother has her eyes on a level 120 purple equipment in the shop. It costs 6,000 soul coins. What do you think? There was no doubt that he was adopted, and now it was time for him to pay his debt. Don't worry. I'll encourage you to pull yourself together. It's time for you to step out of the virtual world and face real life. When you have money, go get a girlfriend, drive your luxury car, and live a life of cash. You'll definitely survive. The new mother said earnestly and made a cheering gesture. Mom, my dear mother, how about 10 million? Just 10 million it is. It'll go up soon. At this moment, Mo Xiaoxin felt that he was undoubtedly adopted. Upon hearing this, the new mother stopped in her tracks and turned around. See, your old mother loves you so much that she's willing to compromise for you. The new mother sighed helplessly. So, the new mother was expressionless. For this reason, he had specially set up 3 investigation groups so that the players in the forum could provide real-time information. It could be said that Shi Ying was determined to get Crayon Shinchan. And Mo Xiaoxin felt extremely sad when he thought that he was actually negotiating with his biological mother about when he should die. His mother's love was too great. Although he knew that Zhang Zhan's black technology was very powerful, he was just trying his luck by trying to investigate Crayon Shinchan's IP address through illegal means. However, he did not expect the software to be banned in less than a second. After all, his mother had always been so easygoing. When she was young, she was also an internet addict who often did things like charging her tuition fees into the game. Mom, don't scare me. I'm your biological son. And Mo Xiaoxin immediately interrupted his mother's idea of the future. Therefore, the existence of this protection function was very necessary. It was not only to protect Crayon Shinchan, but also to protect all players. And Mo Xiaoxin's expression was dull. He felt that his biological mother really loved him. Upon hearing this, Mo Xiaoxin let out a long sigh of relief, feeling that the temporary crisis was over. No, I've only heard of the sword in the hand of a loving mother, slashing at the body of a wandering child. The new mother glared and slammed her hand on the dining table. Moreover, it seemed that the bounty would not be coming back. Since he could not find Crayon Shinchan through the information network, he decided to use this method. The first plan had failed, but he did not give up because he still had a second plan. He had even thought of hiring someone else to kill him. Indeed, even a vicious tiger would not eat its cubs. There was no doubt about his true love. It's decided then. As the head of the family, I have the right to decide and veto. This plan is approved. The new mother waved her hand and gave Mo Xiaoxin the death penalty. Feeling indignant, he tried to log into the battle forum to beg for mercy and seek help from the battle forum's customer service. However, when he opened the forum, the official website did not appear. All right then, I'll sell you when the price reaches 10 million. Mo Xiaoxin was speechless. Shi Ying wasn't the first person to be targeted by the muzzle of the gun. Once again, Shi Ying became the target of ridicule by the players in the forum. After thinking about it, he gritted his teeth and opened the IP inquiry software that he had bought online. He then opened the battle forum, selected Crayon Shinchan's account, and clicked Inquiry. I don't want to hear it. Let's eat. I'm going to play the game after eating. You can continue killing monsters too. Mo Xiaoxin quickly said. He then began to eat, pretending that he did not understand. Mo Xiaoxin was speechless. Therefore, the existence of this protection was very necessary. In fact, Shi Ying's account was banned this time because the protection function that Lu Wu had set up was activated. He did not know what went wrong. He and the investigation team had investigated all the players on the list, but none of them were the same. That's why I came up with a great idea when I was browsing the forums. If we succeed, we'll be rich. When the time comes, I'll buy you a maglev phantom, a villa, and a few nanny robots to take care of you. Mom, have you ever heard of the saying that a loving mother sews the thread in her hand and sews the clothes on her wanderer before he leaves, for fear of returning late? Every mother's love for her child is selfless and unrequited. Mo Xiaoxin tried to persuade his mother to give up on the crazy idea. However, after 5 consecutive days of diligent investigation with the investigation team, Shi gradually shut down. From Lu Wu's point of view, they could do whatever they wanted in the game, even if they had to fight each other 24 hours a day. However, offline PK was strictly prohibited. Upon seeing this, Mo Xiaoxin quickly stepped forward to stop his smiling mother. This was because this bastard of a mother might really sell him out. Yes, I must be your biological mother, Mo Xiaoxin replied with his head lowered. Don't be touched. A biological mother's love is selfless. After all, you're my biological son that I picked up, the new mother said as she walked into her room, ready to start her daily monster-killing routine in the battle. At this moment, not only was Shi depressed, but many of the players who joined the investigation team also lost interest and chose to leave the group. I found out. So, are you addicted to killing monsters every day and don't want to cook anymore? Mo Xiaoxin could not help but ask. He was so touched that he was in tears. I've raised you for more than 20 years. You little bastard. You didn't let your old mother live a good life. Now that such a big opportunity is right in front of you, you're actually backing down. Are you worthy of all the hardships I've endured to raise you? If he had died in the hands of other players, Mo Xiaoxin might not be reconciled, but he would have accepted it. This undoubtedly made Shi feel indignant. At this moment, Shi was completely autistic, feeling wronged like a player who had been stabbed in the back. Xiaoxin, am I your biological mother? The new mother heard this and slammed the table in annoyance. However, he died in the hands of the mother of his true love. He could not die in peace. At that time, his mother confidently told him that he was picked up and had no father. I'm so touched. Mo Xiaoxin gritted his teeth. The sword in the loving mother's hand slashes at the wandering son. Biological mother. However, Mo Xiaoxin stood still and clenched his fists. Back then, Mo Xiaoxin had also asked his mother where his father had gone. Dressed in godly equipment, I'll kill anyone in my way. I'll become a revered, pay-to-win player. The smile on the new mother's face gradually became arrogant. Don't worry, I'll find someone to kill you. When the time comes, I'll split some soul coins with him. I won't do it myself. The new mother chuckled. After all, this was their biggest hope of finding Crayon Shinchan. Even so, the players lost their confidence if they still could not find him. What about you? And a very cruel one. Relying on the powerful information network in the forum, Shi hurriedly began his investigation journey. Chapter 473. Following the mysterious disappearance of a certain leader, the discussion on capturing Crayon Shinchan in the battle forum began to die down. On the other hand, Crayon Shinchan's godly position in the forum had become even more stable than before. After all, the players couldn't think of any other way to punish this shit-stirrer on the forum if he managed to evade such a large-scale investigation and arrest. On this day, Lu Wu browsed through the posts in the main forum as usual and checked on the players' daily lives. From time to time, he glanced at the increasing amount of soul coins. At this moment, one of the posts actually had the mark of a divine artifact. This piqued Lu Wu's curiosity. He could not understand why the posts on the forum were marked with artifacts. Moreover, this post was not popular, and there were not many replies. It was still sinking. Seeing this, Lu Wu immediately clicked on the post. It seems like I'm going to be rich. Everyone, help me appraise this and see if I can get 1,000 soul coins for this. I dug it out from my own backyard. It's definitely not fake. Author, Wind Traveler Content. Pictures attached, everyone take a look. This bronze object that looks like a sapling was dug out from my backyard today. I think it looks like an antique. Is there a professional archaeologist who can help me analyze it? How much can I sell it for? Am I going to be rich? In the picture attached to the player's post was a tree-shaped device. It seemed to be made of bronze, but there were no signs of rust on it. The design was simple and unadorned, and it looked a little like ancient bronze. On the other hand, the replies of the gamers were less reliable. Incubus armor. I'll pay 100,000 soul coins for this thing. If you sell it, forget what I said, laughing emoji, the manager next door. What kind of antique is this? It looks like it's made of bronze, but how could it not rust after being buried in the ground for so many years? Ban warning. Opie, I think this item is from the Shang and Zhou dynasties. Look at the design, it's very unique, so I suspect that it was made by the toy factory next door, laughing emoji. Crayon fan. Opie, don't sell it yet. Wait for me to win the lottery, laughing emoji. Farmers, 3 fists. You want to exchange this for soul coins? Opie, you must be crazy about soul coins. Can't you clean it up before posting? Can't you get some mud and some rust before posting? If this thing can be sold for 10 soul coins, I'll do a live broadcast of eating sh*t. At this moment, Lu Wu, who was staring at the picture, was dumbfounded. He couldn't understand why this thing was marked by a divine artifact. Thinking of this, Lu Wu shouted towards the living room, "Foodie, come and see what this is." A moment later, Bei Li walked into Lu Wu's room from the living room with a bag of snacks in her hand and her mouth full. It was always unpleasant to be disturbed while eating. Bei Li looked at Lu Wu and said with dissatisfaction, "Big Cat, what's the matter? Who the F***ck told you to call me Big Cat?" Lu Wu's veins were throbbing on his forehead. "Forget it. Come here and take a look. What is this?" Lu Wu pointed at the picture on the computer screen as he spoke. Bei Li took a few steps forward and came to Lu Wu's side. When she saw the picture on the screen, she was shocked. "What is this thing?" Lu Wu knew that this thing was not simple when he saw Bei Li's expression. It should be a plant that evolved from the remnant roots of a divine tree. Bei Li exclaimed in shock as she stared at the computer screen. Then why is it marked by the artifact? Lu Wu was curious. Because this thing is very precious. I've added a treasure identification function to the artifact. Many treasures in the real world will be marked after being identified, but it's just a picture. How can the artifact recognize it? Lu Wu was shocked. Stupid. The artifact recognizes the picture and then analyzes it. As long as the similarity is above 70%, it will be marked. I see. Lu Wu felt that he had obtained a new ability from the artifact. What's the use of this plant? Yes, look at the shape of this tree. There are 9 birds and 12 branches on the tree. The birds are the incarnation of the sun in the heavenly realm. They are also known as the golden crow. There should be 10 golden crows, but there are only 9 on the tree. This means that the 10 golden crows are taking turns to be on duty. The missing one is the sun that is on duty in the sky. Bailey pointed above her head as she spoke. The sun is really the incarnation of the golden crow. I'm an educated person. Don't lie to me. Lu Wu was dumbfounded. I'm talking about the origin of the tree's shape. The sun is obviously not the golden crow. Bei Li looked at Lu Wu as if he was an idiot. What are the 12 branches on the tree? It represents the 12 months of the heavenly realm as a year. Bei Li continued to explain. So, what's the use of this thing? Looking at the shape of this tree, if I'm not mistaken, it should be the ancient bronze tree from the heavenly realm. Its roots were cut off after the War of the Three Realms, and it evolved into its original form in the human world. How many soul coins is it worth? Lu Wu's expression became solemn. Not much. Although it's the evolution of the roots of the heavenly tree, it has been a long time. The spiritual power inside has long been exhausted. At most, it's an incomplete God-level spiritual material. However, its actual effect is probably not as good as an ordinary king-level spiritual material. If it's burned, it should be able to make a big fire, Bei Li said with a serious face. Lu Wu, who was looking forward to it, suddenly pulled a long face when he heard this. He thought that this thing was awesome, but he did not expect it to be worse than an ordinary king-level spiritual material. This undoubtedly made him feel very disappointed. Big Cat, think of a way to buy this thing from the players, Bei Li suddenly said. What do we need this thing for? It's not as good as a king-level spiritual material. If we want it, we can find a rock to grind some wood powder to drink. It's environmentally friendly and healthy. Lu Wu was stunned. Bei Li helplessly held her forehead. Let me tell you about the ancient bronze tree first. This heavenly tree has lived for more than 80 million years. At the same time, it is also one of the most powerful gods in the heavenly realm. Other than the Celestial Emperor, which is also the immortal emperor, the few with the highest combat power in the heavenly realm may even reach the emperor realm in the next 10 million years. Hearing this, Lu Wu was shocked. Having been in contact with Bei Li for such a long time, he knew how powerful the emperor realm was. It was just like the 3 emperors of the underworld. Each of them was the one who set the rules of the underworld. Therefore, after hearing Bei Li's words, he suddenly understood how terrifying the strength of this heavenly tree was. Could it be that we can kill or control the ancient bronze tree if we get this little sapling? Lu Wu's eyes suddenly lit up. We can't. Bei Li shook her head and then continued. Now that we have set the non-server growth mode, isn't it the totem sacrifice mode? This is what I'm thinking. We can evolve the roots of this ancient bronze tree and plant it in the artifact space as one of the non-server totems. Hearing this, Lu Wu was a little curious. Bei Li and Lu Wu had discussed the setting of the non-server in the past few days. It was the totem sacrifice mode that Bei Li proposed. In this growth mode, the players had to first choose the totem they wanted to worship at the beginning of the game. In other words, the non-server players' classes were different totems, and each totem would grant the players a different system of power. However, what made Lu Wu curious was the relationship between this tree and the totem. I'm guessing that this plant evolved from the roots should have a weak connection with the heavenly tree in the heavenly realm. If that's the case, then it will be fun. We can plant it in the form of a totem into the artifact space and cultivate this sapling. Through the weak connection between the sapling and the ancient bronze tree, it will counterattack the ancient bronze tree. In other words, if the hypothesis is correct, the stronger this tree is, the weaker the heavenly tree in the heavenly realm will be. What should we do? Lu Wu suddenly became excited again. It's very simple. We will cultivate this sapling to have the exact opposite attributes of the ancient bronze tree in the heavenly realm. It is equivalent to 1 yin and 1 yang, completely opposite. After it is made into a totem, I will imprint the mark of the sapling into the souls of any players who choose to use this tree as their totem. We will rely on their growth to nourish this sapling. The stronger the sapling, the more power it can absorb from the ancient bronze tree, and the more power it can give to the players. If there is a connection between them, then if the ancient bronze tree in the heavenly realm also absorbs our little sapling, wouldn't it be sucked dry in an instant? Lu Wu suddenly raised the issue. That's why we planted it in the artifact space. It can only be entered, not exited, and the ancient bronze tree in the heavenly realm can absorb it however it wants. It's watertight. At this moment, Lu Wu suddenly understood. In other words, Bei Li wanted to create a new type of totem and use the growth of the players to cultivate this totem sapling. Then, the sapling would absorb the power of the ancient bronze tree to grow and nourish the players. In other words, it was a unilateral plunder. Lu Wu felt that it was completely feasible. This was equivalent to killing a strong future opponent in advance and using the opponent's power to cultivate their own warriors. Excellent operation. After understanding the reason, Lu Wu could not help but laugh. Oh, right. Will this cause imbalance in the early stage of the game? The other totems we have set are not as strong as this Tree of God. Will it cause the players who choose the Tree of God as their totem to surpass the players who choose the other totems? Lu Wu could not help but frown as he asked. After all, balance in the early stage of the game was still very important. The fate of the later stage depended on the individual, but if the early stage was very unequal, it would be a headache for Lu Wu. Bei Li heard this and frowned slightly, nodding her head. Yes, because the other totems were created by me, they have to start from scratch and grow together with the players. However, the Tree of God has already mastered all kinds of powerful supernatural powers. Not only can it grow together with the players, but it can also absorb power from the ancient bronze tree in the heavenly realm. Its growth will be much faster, and the special powers it will give to the players will be very powerful. But it's not like there's no way. You can mobilize the players and let them search. Maybe there's an incomplete body part left behind by the ancient gods in the heavenly realm. By then, we can erase all the previous totem ideas and replace them with the godly totem in the heavenly realm. This way, the non-server players will grow very quickly, and at the same time the power of the ancient gods in the heavenly realm will be further weakened. TSK, Foodie, your brain is really good. In terms of intelligence, I have to give it to you. Lu Wu could not help but grin as he heard this. Inflict 100 damage to the enemy and strengthen oneself 100 times. Lu Wu liked this way of growth very much. Thinking of this, Lu Wu logged into the forum with his GM account, clicked on the player's post, and replied with a sentence below. GM message, verified our boss, said that he likes this thing very much. I'll exchange it with you for 1,000 soul coins. What do you think? After Lu Wu's message ended, the forum exploded. Especially the player who left a comment saying that he would do a live broadcast of eating sh*t if he could sell it for 10 soul coins. Chapter 474. Upon hearing this, the ancient bronze tree shook its head and sighed. Looking at the players who were still fooling the forum, Lu Wu felt as if his intelligence had been insulted. Today I rummaged through the cabinets and found a drink from 300 years ago. It should be worth 100 soul coins. Guilty. Picture attached. The players could not understand what was wrong with the battle official. Why would they use soul coins to exchange for such trash? Of course, apart from this group of players, there were also some serious players who took out authentic antiques to exchange for soul coins. Actually, the ancient bronze tree sapling yesterday was not a single one, but a pair. The other one is in my hands. Picture attached. Tree mother, aren't they dead? The leading golden crow asked in a trembling voice. Tree mother, is he really that strong? The leading golden crow asked. The forum was in an uproar once again when this post appeared. Usually, no matter how popular the topic was, or even the suggestions that the players strongly requested, the battle official would always choose to remain silent or even ignore it. I can't find it. It seems to be in the 3 realms. Yet it seems to not be in the 3 realms. It's impossible to find its exact location through this weak connection. Moreover, I have a faint sense of danger. It might harm me in the future. However, Lu Wu did not feel bad because he knew that these efforts would be rewarded in the future. Soon, all kinds of rare treasure appraisal posts appeared. In comparison, it was just that the way to exchange for soul coins was different. I'm not sure. I wasn't even born when he existed. However, I know that he has always been that strong. Legend has it that all the human subordinates who follow him will be immortal. The human army that he led was like a locust plague, wreaking havoc and plundering in the extraterrestrial world. Therefore, their arrival in the extraterrestrial world was known as the Devil's Disaster. Upon hearing this, the golden crows let out a long sigh of relief. After that, Lu Wu had nothing else to do. Bailey put on her research suit and began to modify the attributes of the seedling. After spending 3 million soul coins, the bronze sapling was already more than half a meter tall. The players could understand the behavior of the boss behind the battle official. Lu Wu felt a headache coming on as he looked at the posts in the rare treasure section. When the players realized that the battle boss did not seem to be interested in any of the items, the style of the posts began to change. There was also a book written by a knife / He wouldn't even want a book written by a lousy author, let alone 1 soul coin. At this moment, Bailey stopped using her soul power to catalyze the bronze seedling. She turned around and smiled sweetly at Lu Wu. Seeing this, the 9 golden crows cawed and flew into the sky, circling around the ancient bronze tree again. He alone can shake the 3 realms. The strongest Renhuang had been slaughtered. After receiving the ancient bronze tree from number 2, Lu Wu brought the sapling and Bei Li into the artifact space. 9 giant golden birds were circling around the tree, letting out loud cries from time to time. The 9 golden crows were startled. They could not understand what was going on. "Tree Mother, where is it? Let's go and check it out." A golden crow said immediately, "Do you have so many soul coins to burn?" The white-haired old man said in a deep voice, "I can feel a connection with another me in my infant state." While the players were perplexed, Lu Wu made another post. Content: since the boss behind the battle that generates electricity with love loves rare treasures, we hereby open a post to collect all the items that the boss values. The battle officials will collect them in the form of soul coins. At this moment, Bei Li grabbed the ancient bronze tree sapling and stood up. She then threw it forward. Fortunately, he did not need to identify it. He only needed to look at the mark of the artifact and ignored the unmarked ones. His battlefield has never been the 3 realms. He has always been fighting in the extraterritorial lands. In order to plunder resources, he has opened up hundreds of battlefields in the extraterritorial lands. At the same time, he has fought against countless forces. Even so, he still won in a dominating manner. Therefore, he and his subordinates are collectively known as the extraterritorial demons by the extraterritorial forces. A young and beautiful 18-year-old girl. "Yes, that's me. Money doesn't matter. Do you want it, boss?" Laughing emoji. "As long as the extraterritorial demons don't return," the ancient bronze tree said again. Its voice was obviously trembling when it said this. It was for the players to post and show off their treasures. At the same time, it would not affect the layout of the main forum. He felt that this group of idiotic players was indeed unreliable. "Don't worry. As long as the extraterritorial demons don't return, everything will be fine. With the extraterritorial holy spirits as our ally, even if the few forbidden ones return, we will still have the power to fight them. Now, I have to continue searching for the source of my other self. I need to sleep for a while." As it spoke, the ancient bronze tree glanced at the 9-headed golden crow beside it. Its body shook and once again turned into a towering tree that covered the sky. Rare Treasures Collection Post. "Opie!" battled GM. Because of this, the players started to deceive. "Who are you talking about, you little brat?" Bailey could not help but ask with her hands on her hips. This time it was not only the local forum. Forum players from other servers also came after hearing the news. Even so, the players were still very surprised. During the discussion, many players who had studied archaeology stood up and began to analyze the item with a professional eye. They stated that the item had no practical value at all because it had no history. It was a bronze artifact made with modern technology. This stone was picked up by my grandfather on the mountain after a meteor shower more than 200 years ago. The price is 3,000 soul coins. The price is negotiable. I just want to sell it. What about the slaughtered soul? Did it return to the 3 realms and reincarnate? The leading golden crow asked anxiously. From the player's point of view, this was just a channel for topping up soul coins. Lu Wu was speechless. "It's done. This bronze sapling and the ancient bronze tree share the same origin. I've awakened a weak connection between them. Now, all that's left is to activate it and bind it to the players so that they can grow together. Blood connection? No, it's the complete opposite of mine. The ancient bronze tree, who had transformed into an old man, looked extremely solemn. Upon hearing this, the 9-headed golden crows trembled. They suddenly realized who the tree mother was talking about. With this ability, he could do anything but try to cheat us of our soul coins. What an ignorant and incompetent person. Upon hearing this, Bei Li chuckled and extended a finger. Regardless of whether it was a rare treasure or a miraculous elixir, as long as it was not marked, it would be treated as waste and garbage. At this time, the idiotic players had all turned into masters of appraisal. In their posts, they used flowery words to praise their treasures. Each treasure had a touching story. When the war started, they had just gained sentience. Therefore, they only had a vague impression of the slaughtered soul that came from the tree mother's mind. They did not expect the slaughtered soul to be so strong. As for the transaction between him and the player, he naturally would not reveal his current address. Instead, he asked number 2 to pick it up from his doorstep. After busying himself and spending nearly 1,000,000 soul coins on it, the sapling was revived. No, because of this, the immortal emperors have searched the heavenly axiom and the 6 paths of reincarnation, but they could not find him. Therefore, we can be sure that he has fallen in the outworld. After a day, not only did Lu Wu not find anything, but he was also shocked by the player's outrageous actions. What was even more outrageous was an ordinary ant. The player insisted that this ant was a divine beast that had protected their family for thousands of years. This time, their fate with it had ended, and they were going to look for the next fated person in exchange for 30 soul coins. Anyone will do, as long as it's not those few people. Lu Wu decisively chose to ignore such a post. The players could not believe the reply from Battle Official. They knew very well that their power came from the ancient bronze tree. If the ancient bronze tree withered, there would be no chance for them to survive. After understanding the terror of the emperor's slaughtered soul, they were terrified. However, after knowing that the slaughtered soul had fallen, the pressure immediately dissipated. They could only guess that the boss behind Battle using love to generate electricity was a fellow who had a hobby of collecting strange and unusual items. At the same time, Lu Wu's soul coins began to decrease rapidly. If it wasn't for his fall, the heavenly realm would not dare to start the war of the 3 realms. At this point, the ancient bronze tree sighed. Yes, we have the protection of the saint spirit from the outworld. We can fight. When it said this, the ancient bronze tree's face was extremely solemn. In order to cheat Lu Wu of his soul coins, some capable players made a 1 ratio of the ancient bronze tree sapling according to the sticker in yesterday's post in an attempt to cheat soul coins. Upon hearing this, Lu Wu's face broke into a smile. He took a few steps forward and rubbed Lil Bei Li's head. Lu Wu looked at it with a headache. Upon hearing this, the ancient bronze tree shook its head. In the end, Lu Wu simply let the artifact continue to monitor the posts in the rare treasure section. He then left the forum and prepared to have some peace and quiet. However, after the fusion, Lu Wu did not awaken Mu Zhiguang's memory because it was completely unnecessary. How is this possible? The 9 golden crows were horrified, not to mention that a piece of jade could make up a story that was similar to the cowherd and the weaving maid. This number 2 was none other than the modified person who had fused Mu Zhiguang's soul with the black tiger's body. However, Lu Wu had no interest in antiques. After all, his real purpose was to find the remnant body of the heavenly realm to make the totem. The opponents that the tree mother was so afraid of were not the 3 great emperors of the underworld or the 3 great emperors of the heavenly realm. It could only be the few taboos before the war of the 3 realms. This is the Apple X that has been passed down from my ancestors. It is an item from more than 300 years ago. The boss likes to exchange it with 300 soul coins, right? Laughing emoji. Tree mother, what do you mean? The 9 golden crows beside her heard this and asked curiously. They used money to exchange for soul coins, but this stupid official refused. Why was he willing to use soul coins to buy fake goods now? Thus, the style of the rare treasures section changed again. What about the former subordinates of the sky demon? The golden crows asked again. After knowing that there was such a terrifying potential enemy, they also felt a sense of crisis. Rare Treasures, an out-of-print physical book of I Am the Boss Behind the Scenes, with the autograph of the author, E. Daojian. It is not a loss to exchange it for 1 soul coin, right? Laughing emoji, not to mention the pots and pans, even the pebbles that were picked up along the way could be posted in the Rare Treasure section. They were bragging about it and describing it in an exaggerated manner. A gigantic tree was rooted on a floating island. Actually, the brother above is also wrong. The bronze sapling is not a pair, but a set of 3. The third one is in my hands, picture attached, the 9th heaven of the heavenly realm. Upon hearing the 2 words sky demon, the 9 golden crows' expressions suddenly changed. A blurry figure appeared in their minds. Who can guarantee it? Back then they were so powerful. Even if they perished in the battle outside the city, who can guarantee that they will not return? Thank you for your hard work. After a moment of silence, the old man that was transformed from the ancient bronze tree spoke again. While they were waiting, number 2 returned. Just as he had expected, the players immediately joined in when they heard that they could exchange it for soul coins. The stick in my hand is said to have been used by primitive people during the Stone Age to hunt. It is definitely true. Boss, name your price. However, Lu Wu did not know whether to laugh or cry. The players were posting all kinds of things in this section. As for the effect, all Lu Wu had to do was to wait. These players could be said to have only one purpose, which was to promote their treasures in exchange for the soul coins in the hands of the battle boss, Lu Wu. Furthermore, they replied to a post that was not popular at all. If they return, will we be able to fight them? If I am not mistaken, the person behind the scenes is trying to absorb my strength through this tree, which has a completely opposite attribute to me, to strengthen this sapling. Therefore, the curious players began to speculate whether this item had any hidden value. At this moment, a large number of players in the forum flooded into the post, wanting to find out what was so special about it. Is it the doing of the 3 emperors of the underworld? The 9-headed golden crow heard this and instantly became angry. Suddenly, the surroundings were filled with heat waves. The branches and leaves slowly spread out, and the originally drooping tree trunk straightened. The 9 golden crows shed their bronze shells, and their entire bodies became golden and dazzling. Following which, they spread their wings and began to circle around the ancient bronze tree. In these posts, there were a few items that looked like the ancient bronze tree, and they were very similar to the item in the post from this morning. Lu Wu felt that these idiotic players were really challenging his intelligence. Since he is so powerful and immortal, how did he die? The golden crows asked with a serious expression. They probably died after Tumia died. It seems that their undying power came from Tumia. Since Tumia died, their power dissipated as well. Naturally, they couldn't survive in the outer realm. How can he be so powerful? One of the golden crows could not help but ask curiously, Mother Tree, what's wrong? Upon seeing this, the 9 golden crows in the sky landed around the white-haired old man. This bowl of mine was also dug out from the backyard. It is exquisite, and it is valued at 1,000 soul coins. Boss, come in and take a look. Just as the players were discussing this, Lu Wu specially created a new section called Rare Treasures in the forum. Who could it be, other than the immortal emperor, who in the heavenly realm dares to go against you? How infuriating! However, when they saw the content of the post, they were even more confused. Upon hearing this, the 9-headed golden crow's expression became extremely ugly, and his heart was trembling slightly. Although I know that the 3 emperors of the underworld have never let go of their hatred, I am sure that they will not do so because they are not stupid. If we start a war now, the underworld will definitely not win. Moreover, its connection with me does not come from the underworld. What is this stupid official game doing? Upon seeing this, Lu Wu could not help but frown. It's not good for children to eat too many snacks. How did the rare treasures section become a factory that produces counterfeit products? Suddenly, the roots of the bronze seedling extended, bit by bit, into the ground of the artifact space. After the seedling landed on the ground, it began to grow rapidly. The top of this giant tree reached the sky, and it was extremely huge. Its luxuriant branches and leaves hung down, covering the entire island. Lu Wu was completely stunned by their methods. However, this time, the official game actually replied to the post. I don't know. Outside the city is so vast, it is normal to encounter an opponent that one cannot defeat. Chapter 475. The management company was aware of Yi Godlan's situation at this time, but they did not choose to let Yi Godlan receive treatment actively, because they knew that this promising singer of the new generation had come to an end. Recruitment requirements. Let these enemies know the true meaning of a human catastrophe. Tokyo, Japan. The terms of the contract were suppressing him. Treatment required a lot of money, so he could only grit his teeth and bear with it. Yi Godlan could not help but clench his fists when he thought about how he might have to earn money to survive for the last 20 days, because he had no intention of returning it. Battle Theme Song Collection Reward. Choose one. How could an idiot choose the game reward over 30 million in cash? Content. At this time, a poster not far in front of him caught Yi Godlan's attention. Everyone thought that this genius would create his own musical legend in the future, and everyone was looking forward to it, including Yi Godlan himself. Only someone with a screw loose would choose the game reward. Yi Godlan took off the hat on his head and rubbed his bald head. His heart was filled with bitterness. Yi Godlan strode to the bar counter and rang the bell. A bartender who was mixing drinks immediately raised his head. Then, Bailey used the battle artifact to awaken the orb and used the method of burning money, soul coins, to cultivate the orb into an energy ball of a small white elephant and established a connection with the divine elephant in the heavenly realm. The final interpretation of the event belonged to Battle Online. A capitalist's game would never let go of any opportunity to exploit. Under the circumstances where Yi Godlan could not create any profits, the management company was interested in the copyrights of the few popular songs that Yi Godlan had when he debuted. However, the remaining money he had did not allow him to do so, and the treatment had already drained him of everything. Originally, there were a total of 5 totems in the game, and now he had collected 2 totems. It had only been a week, and the progress was pretty good. After spending a few hours walking into the city, he took out his phone and headed to his destination bar according to the navigation. Getting rid of the relationship would save him a lot of trouble. After all, those debt collectors were not good people. At this moment, his destination was the most famous bar in Ginza, Bar High Five. His goal was to get some performances there and earn his living expenses for the last month. Shenlan Jun, I hate you, scumbag! Hearing this, the call was hung up. Unfortunately, the owner of one of the body parts had perished in the Battle of the Three Realms. You must be God, Mist Kuin. Lu will once again obtain the body parts of 2 ancient gods from the heavenly realm. Shen Lanjun, are you hiding something from me? You weren't like this in the past. The woman on the other end of the phone asked. Perhaps you lack the courage or opportunity to make this dream a reality. Because with these totems, he could use the smallest price to nurture the strongest warriors. Not bad. 20 million in debt. I've already terminated my contract with the management company, and there's no possibility of me coming back. A bitter smile appeared on Yi Godlan's face as he spoke. Even though he had paid so much, he still did not receive the gratitude of the management company. Instead, he was faced with a lawyer's letter for breach of contract. With this method of growth, Perhaps the totem would be able to completely surpass the original body in the future and become an even stronger existence. The atmosphere inside was relaxed and cheerful, making people feel at ease. In other words, if this body part was made into a totem, it would not be able to absorb any power from the original owner. Looking at the sparkling surface of the lake, Yi Godlon was once again lost in thought. If new totems could be collected in the future, it could be used as a new character class in the future update of the non-server. It could be said that there were many benefits to using the body of an ancient god from the heavenly realm to nurture a totem. Can you tell me the real situation now? The person on the other end of the phone asked after a moment of silence. He had also obtained the most publicity resources from the management company, as well as the best songwriting resources. At such a young age, he was already riding on a rocket to the top of the music industry. A wise decision, Yi Godlon replied in a calm tone. In other words, while accelerating the growth of the players, these totems also had limitless potential. They would become Lu Wu's potential power in the future. Everything was developing in the right direction. While Lu Wu was happy, he could not help but praise the almighty Lil Bailey. He bought her a lot of snacks as a reward. The bar was hidden in the commercial building of Ginza Shikita. Compared to the noise of the surrounding shops, a steady door stood quietly in the middle. After the door was pushed open, the low sound of a saxophone drifted out leisurely. Boss Lu Wu was very pleased that he was taking the least salary, doing the most brain-consuming work, and enjoying it. Can you contact your boss or the person in charge of the izakaya? I want to see him. You may have dreamed of becoming a singer or a star, but not everyone would end up standing on the music stage like Isis in the movie. Camelon Quinn, in the past, you loved music so much. You even told me that you wanted to pursue your dream of becoming the best singer in Asia, or even the entire world. But look at you now, I really can't believe it. Can you tell me what made your life a mess? The woman on the other end of the line sounded very disappointed. What surprised him even more was the game reward in the second option. What the hell was that? F*CK my life, and F*CK my music dream, it's all gone. Moreover, they had a big advantage, which was the speed of growth. 1. 30 million cash reward. 3. Priority for creative works. Rock music, pure music. He was really shocked by the reward of 30 million for a song. How was this rich and overbearing? It was simply burning money. Thinking of this, he turned around and left, walking towards the neon flashing city. 2. Must be familiar with the background theme of Battle Asia, and the content of the song must match the theme. However, the company had invested a huge amount of resources in Yi Godlon because they thought highly of him. This situation was unacceptable to the company. As for what to do in the remaining month, Yi Godlon was also very confused. Since he had been treating his terminal illness for the past year, and the Asia server had not been online for long, Yi Godlon was completely unaware of the influence of Battle Online in Asia. It's nothing. I'm just performing normally, Yi Godlon said with a smile. Yi Godlon continued to smile, but tears flowed uncontrollably from his eyes. Next, Yi Godlon had to face all kinds of commercial performances and participate in various activities organized by the company, hoping to earn more benefits when Yi Godlon was at his peak. In the following days, Yi Godlon tried to persevere and actively cooperated with the treatment. However, every night when he returned home exhausted, he would look at his pale face in the mirror and his hair that was falling off day by day. Although it was very unfair to the non-server, in Lu Wu's opinion, he had already given them such a huge group totem cheat. So it was unfair if it was unfair. Godlon Kuin, I agree. Let's break up. A cold voice came from the phone. In the week after the opening of the Rare and Rare Treasures section, at the age of 18, he chose to give up his studies and debut for his music dream. He stood out in a singing talent show, and with his extremely symbolic voice and singing talent, he was selected as one of the most outstanding singers of the new generation of Japan. After taking out his phone from his pocket, he picked up the phone. Therefore, Lu Wu gave up the idea of opening the non-server in the near future. He planned to wait until he had collected 5 totems before opening it. At this moment, he finally could not hold on any longer, and he collapsed. At this moment, his phone rang. Therefore, before Yi Godlon collapsed, the company hoped to reap the most benefits from him. As they obtained more God's body fragments in the future, they would also have more career options. Since the totem and the non-server players complemented each other, the stronger the totem, the stronger the players. Similarly, the stronger the players, the stronger the totem. In Lu Wu's opinion, so what if it was the age of chaos? Without spiritual energy, the human race could still be strong enough to make the 3 realms afraid. F*CK. I'm F*King suffering from a terminal illness. Since I don't have money, I'll go and earn money. With my ability, there's no way I won't be able to earn money. Moreover, the omnipotent Lil Bei Li was always so easily satisfied. 1. The composer owns all the copyrights of this song. Plagiarism is not allowed, and copyright infringement is not allowed. After seeing Yi Godlan's face, the bartender had a surprised look on his face. After being stunned for a moment, he suddenly said with a pleasantly surprised expression, what Luwu had to do was to lead the army of players to destroy the underworld, and then lead them to conquer the heavenly realm. Yi Godlan took out the notice of critical illness from his pocket. Looking at the time limit of 1 month, he chuckled. Listening to the bartender's incessant chatter, Yi Godlan could not help but interrupt him. Hi, Ari, do you think that I'm suffering from an incurable disease? Do you think that I'm pretending to be depraved just to leave you like in the TV series? Ha ha ha. Yi Godlan could not help but laugh as he spoke. Following that, his life changed completely. However, Yi Godlan refused because these songs were the result of his hard work. He would rather bear the huge compensation. In Yi Godlan's opinion, if the person who won the prize chose the game as a reward, then there must be something wrong with his brain. After that, Lu Wu looked forward to the rare treasures provided by the players. AllMusic called him one of the young artists with the most potential in the history of rock and roll. Moreover, many of the songs he sang were written and composed by himself. He was also known as a genius in the music industry, garnering countless fans. It could be said that he was at the peak of his career. Battle Online Asia server theme song Recruitment Plan. Breaking up with his girlfriend was just to prevent the debt collectors from pestering his girlfriend after his death. It was as simple as that. After all, with such an awesome boss like me giving you the ability to be immortal, you can just rush through the whole process. Even if you die, it will only be 3 hours. Therefore, in his opinion, 30 million was not on the same level as the reward in Battle Online. I've had enough of this life. Now that he had given up on treatment, he did not have the money to do so. As for the 20 million that he had not paid back after the bartender left, Yi Godlan listened to the music and turned around in boredom. Looking at the various customers in the bar, he seemed to be in a daze. The money in his pocket was only enough to sustain his living expenses for more than 10 days. He felt that he might starve to death before he became critically ill. But today, Battle Online will provide a stage for you to collect songs from all over Asia, excluding Chi Dragon. The remaining remnant body was a turbid and dim bead. According to Bei Li, its owner was the elephant god in the heaven realm, and this bead was the crystallization of the divine elephant's consciousness. He was an orphan. Since he was going to die soon, he naturally did not worry about the debt. After planning for the future, Lu Wu was elated. In 2313, he officially debuted. The following year, he became the singer with the highest ratings, 42.8%, in the 183rd Red and White Song Festival and was awarded the Purple Ribbon Medal by the Japanese government. Seeing this poster, Yi Godlan was stunned. Actually, it was not that he had never thought of living to the fullest in his last month. When the time came, the players who used the totem of the gods in the heavenly realm as their profession would obtain the powerful abilities of these gods, saving Lu Wu a lot of soul coins. Although the divine elephant was not as powerful as the ancient bronze tree, Lu Wu was still happy about it. Hearing this, the bartender quickly nodded. If it was an ordinary person, he would naturally choose to refuse. But since it was Yi Godlon, he knew that the boss would definitely be willing to meet him. He would let you personally perform this musical dream story that combines fantasy and reality. Now Yi Godlon felt relaxed. But at this time the bad news came. What Yi Godlon did not expect was that he was suffering from a terminal illness, a cancer that could not be cured by current medical methods. Suicide, he would not commit suicide, that was the action of a coward. Even if he could only live one more day, he would still live. This event would last for 3 months. All the players in the forum and the behind-the-scenes voting system would be carried out. At the same time, in order to motivate the players, Lu Wu planned to start individual competitions soon after the opening of the non-server. In other words, the biggest difference between the non-server and the other servers was that the players had more choices in the beginning. There was no doubt that the pressure in his heart was immense. Although Bailey was hiding many things from him, Lu Wu knew that as he became stronger, the truth would come closer and closer to him. One day, Bailey would tell him everything. After that, Yi Godlon completely disappeared from people's sight. Until now, almost a year had passed. Next to the lake, under the bright moonlight, a man leaned on the railing by the lake, lost in thought as he looked at the reflection of the moonlight on the surface of the lake. Coming back to his senses, the man listened to the familiar melody and the song he was singing. A trace of sadness appeared on his face. Suffering from a terminal illness, he could no longer create greater benefits for the company. Continuing to invest money on him was purely a waste. 2 high soul coins and equipment rewards in the battle game. Even if Yi Godlon was already a half-crippled person by then, he still wanted to snatch them away. Chapter 476. Yi Godlon did not know what the game's operation team was thinking. It was one thing to have money, and it was understandable to take out 30 million as a reward. But compared to 30 million in cash and game currency and props, he felt that the game company's operation team really treated the players like pigs. After thinking about it, he turned around, sat in front of the bar, and continued to wait. During this time, another bartender came over and asked if he wanted to drink anything. However, Yi Godlon refused. It was not that he did not want to drink. After all, he did not have many days left to live, and he did not care if drinking alcohol was bad for his health. The problem was that he had no money now. If this negotiation did not succeed, he would have to pay for the alcohol, and his days of starvation would have to be pushed forward. While they were waiting, a middle-aged man wearing a black top hat and a suit walked in from the main entrance. He went straight to the bar and sat beside Yi Godlon. He looked at him with a solemn expression and said, "You're right, Yi Godlon. You must be Your Excellency, Yi Godlon. I am the owner of this izakaya, Weno Hideki." As he spoke, the man took out a box of business cards from his suit pocket, took one out, and handed it to Yi Godlon. After taking the business card and knowing that this person was the izakaya owner he was looking for, Yi Godlon was stunned. He did not understand why the owner looked at him so eagerly. Although he was very famous in Japan a year ago, he felt that in the eyes of this owner he was just a singer. Moreover, the izakaya operated by this owner was one of the most famous in Asia. Even at his peak, his income could not be compared to it. He should not be acting like this. Could it be that this person was his fan? Yi Godlon guessed. "Hello." Yi Godlon reached out and shook hands with the izakaya owner. Actually, I came to ask if your izakaya needs a singer." When saying this, Yi Godlon looked a little awkward. "A resident singer? I don't need a resident singer." The izakaya owner shook his head quickly. "One show will do. I don't need a lot of money." Yi Godlon said quickly. If the izakaya owner refused, he would have to think of other ways to make money. "No, I have a better cooperation project. As long as it succeeds, I guarantee that you will be satisfied with the amount." The izakaya owner said solemnly. When Yi Godlon heard this, he was stunned. He could not understand what kind of cooperation an izakaya owner could talk to him about. Could it be that he wants me to be his child's private music teacher? Don't be ridiculous. I don't have much time left to live. After earning a sum of money, I'll go and enjoy myself for a few days, and then I'll be buried. How would I have the time to talk about cooperation? How about this, Your Excellency Shenlong? Please come with me. Let's go up and chat. As he spoke, the owner of the izakaya pointed upstairs, indicating for Yi Godlon to follow him. Yi Godlon thought about it and decided to follow him. He wanted to see what this boss was talking about. To be honest, his requirements were not high. He just wanted to sing one song and earn a month's living expenses. He was not interested in long-term cooperation. After all, to Yi Shenlong, if they really starved to death, it would be too embarrassing. The two of them went upstairs, and on the way, the boss asked him what he wanted to drink. Yi Kemilon did not refuse and ordered a glass of wine that he liked. The boss immediately arranged for his subordinate to make it, and then brought Yi Kemilon to the room upstairs. This room was not open to the public, but the boss's own office. They followed the boss into the room, and the boss closed the door. Suddenly, the sound outside was completely blocked. It could be seen that the room's sound insulation was excellent. The interior decoration was not as luxurious as Yi Godlon imagined. Instead, it was very simple. The interior was decorated with a wooden structure, and there were 2 bookcases inside, filled with books. At this time, the boss pointed to the sofa, indicating for Yi Godlon to sit down first. Then he turned to the desk, opened the drawer, and took out a folded poster. Then he walked to Yi Godlon's side excitedly, spread out the poster, and placed it on the table in front of Yi Godlon. At this moment, he knew what the boss wanted to do. He wanted him to help him win the 30 million cash reward. As one of the most famous izakaya owners in Asia, his izakaya was opened in the most prosperous area of Ginza. Did this boss lack the 30 million cash? As one of the most famous izakaya owners in Asia, his izakaya was opened in the most prosperous area of Ginza. Could it be that this owner still lacked 30 million yuan? I'm sorry, I really don't have the energy to fight for the 30 million cash reward for you. Yi Godlon immediately shook his head. While refusing, Yi Godlon had already thought of what the boss of the izakaya would say to persuade him. While refusing, Yi Kemilon had already imagined what the owner of the izakaya would say to persuade him. They would probably promise to cover all his expenses during the competition, provide all kinds of financial assistance, and package himself. They might even be willing to give him 30% of the prize money after winning the competition, or even more. However, to his surprise, the owner of the izakaya was also dumbfounded. What 30 million? Yi Godlon was taken aback when she heard that. She then pointed to the first option in the collection of battle theme songs reward section on the poster. Koshi-kun, I think you're mistaken. This first reward is a scam by the battle authority, the owner said anxiously. Hearing this, Yi Shenlong came to a sudden realization. He had thought that the game company would not be able to fork out $30 million to solicit a theme song for the game. They must have too much money to burn. It was indeed fake. Which idiot would choose 30 million? Unless that guy's head was kicked by a donkey. I guess Battle Corporation would be eager for someone to choose the first option. After all, they've always been stingy with the game rewards. What the owner of the izakaya said next stunned Yi Kemilon. She even thought that she had heard wrong. Only a fool would choose 30 million in cash. Could it be that the smart one would choose the game currency and item rewards? Yi Godlon was confused, her face full of question marks. Are you serious? Yi Godlon asked in a low voice. Of course, I'm very serious. For this reason, I've found 3 outstanding composers to participate in the competition. You know the 3 of them. They are. Their purpose is to get the second theme song reward. The owner of the izakaya looked extremely serious when he said this. So, you want me to help you get the first place in the theme song competition and then choose the game reward? Yi Godlon asked in bewilderment. Seeing that Yi Godlon had understood what he meant, the owner of the izakaya nodded heavily. At this moment, Yi Godlon felt that he might be terminally ill. Even his logic of looking at problems had problems. Kamiyama-kun, I know what you're capable of. When I wanted to win the title of the theme song for this battle, I had people gather information on the best singers and composers. You're one of the names on the list that I got. Furthermore, after the analysis of the authorities, they told me that you're the most capable of winning the championship. However, I couldn't find you, so... Listening to the owner of the izakaya chattering excitedly, Yi Godland's eyes glazed over, asking his subordinates to collect the information of the singers just to play a game, and even looking for an authoritative music organization to evaluate the winning probability of each contestant? Was the owner of the izakaya crazy, or was he really terminally ill? Touching the crumpled notice of critical illness in his pocket, Yi Godlan felt that it was more likely that he was terminally ill. How about this, Koshikuin? As long as you get the first place in the theme song competition, I'll sponsor you 100 million. What? 100 million? Even though he knew that he did not have many days left to live, Yi Godland's heart still raced when he heard 100 million. It turned out that there was really an idiot who would choose the game reward and buy it at more than 3 times the price. Koshikuin, I know that there are people out there who offer a higher price than me, but I can sign a contract with you. As long as you get the first place in the theme song competition and help me get the game reward, I can sponsor you another 300 million and help you hire the best medical team in the world to treat your body. I've investigated you and know that your current situation is not optimistic. I've been looking for you since you went missing. Yi Godlan felt that he was about to suffocate. 100 million was just the premise. There was still the 300 million treatment subsidy. Listening to the words of the owner of the izakaya, it seemed that there were people out there who offered a higher price than him. Yi Godlan lay on the sofa, feeling that his spirit had suffered a violent impact. Oh no, he was terminally ill. This hallucination was accompanied by delusional scenes. Chapter 477. Realizing that Knight Godlan seemed to be in a trance, the owner of the izakaya could not help but be stunned. Kami-san, I've read your illness report. Although it can't be cured, it's not a problem to extend your life for a few years. You can use this money. As long as you can live, this money can help you make up for a lot of regrets. Thinking that Knight Godlan was worried about his terminal illness, the izakaya owner could not help but persuade him again. Ding! Ding! At this time the doorbell rang. Seeing this, the izakaya owner got up and went to the door. He opened the door and took the wine from the bartender, then closed the door again. Returning to Knight Godland's side again, the izakaya owner handed one of the glasses of wine to the table in front of Knight Godlan and said, Kami-san, think about it. I really want to get this game reward. I hope you can help me. Knight Godlan grabbed the wine glass and poured the wine in the glass into his mouth. After swallowing, he could not help but cough, and a trace of redness appeared on his pale face. I'm not dreaming, am I? Is the world of you rich people really so crazy? You're spending so much money on a game reward. Can't you just buy it from the game company? Hearing this, the izakaya owner also took a sip of wine, slowly sat on the sofa and said helplessly, If it's possible, I wanted to. For this reason, I even sent my assistant to Chi Dragon to discuss with Battle Corporation about buying game privileges directly. However, my assistant couldn't find this mysterious company in Chi Dragon. At that time, I was unwilling to give up and found the agent of the Asia Server 173 company. But their boss told me that Battle Company would not sell any items that would affect the combat power in the game. Using love to generate electricity is not a joke. So in this game, you can use the game currency to buy cash, but it's very difficult to use cash to buy game currency. Not only is the price very high, but it's also often out of stock. Looking at the izakaya owner, Knight Godlan could not imagine that this calm and well-behaved, middle-aged man in front of him would actually be addicted to games. What made him even more incredulous was that there really was a game company in this world that chose to continue using love to generate electricity in the face of profit. At this moment, he suddenly became curious about Battle Online and wanted to know what kind of game it was. A game that could make a mature and steady adult addicted would obviously not be a simple game. Camel and Kuin, think about it. If you trust me, we can sign the contract at any time. At this time, the owner of the izakaya said with a smile. Yi Godlan felt like her brain had short-circuited. Clearly, she had not digested the information she had just received. She could not help but nod. I've left my name card with you. If you agree, you can contact me at any time. By the way, don't forget the competition time. It's less than a month. The izakaya boss couldn't help but remind. Night Goddess Lan nodded. His heart was filled with bitterness because he only had a month left to live. Oh, right, Shin Lan Kuin, have you had dinner yet? Yi Shin Lan shook her head. How about this? You stay here and think about it carefully. I'll have someone send the food over. After eating, you can choose to sleep here at night. With that, the owner stood up, smiled at Yi Shinlan, and turned to leave. Hearing this, Yi Godlan could not help but ask, Where are you going? I have an appointment with someone to kill monsters in the Withered Bone Forest today. If I don't get there early, I'm going to have a conflict with other forces. Oh, yes, I'm talking about the game Battle Online. With that, the owner of the izakaya flicked his hat with a smile, turned around and left. He was already so old, yet he was still so addicted to games. After the izakaya boss left, Yi Shinlan couldn't help but shake his head. He felt that the owner of the izakaya was putting aside his good business and was even thinking of investing the money he earned into the game. Yi Shinlan really couldn't understand him. He could only use 4 words to describe his opinion of the seemingly calm and steady owner of the izakaya. Indulging in worldly pleasures was debilitating. However, he had to admit that the izakaya boss's attitude towards him was extremely good, which made him feel that it would be inexcusable if he didn't agree. And to be honest, Yi Shinlan felt that the 400 million in cash would indeed be of great help to him. Extending his life by a few years was a huge temptation for him. Many people only realize the value of being alive at the last moment of their lives. During the treatment period, Yi Shinlan saw too many fierce people who originally said that they would just die if they had a terminal illness and would never waste money. However, those people chose to continue living in the end. Even if they had to spend all their money, it was just to live for a few more years or even a few more months. People who were not in the same position would think in a completely different way. Those who could face it calmly would always be outsiders who had not experienced it, while those who were in the middle of it would have a completely different feeling. It was the same for Yi Shinlan. If it weren't for the fact that he really had no money for treatment, he wouldn't have given up. At this moment, he felt that he had grasped the plan to continue living. However, the promise given by the izakaya boss seemed a little uncertain to Yi Shinlan, as if quicksand would flow through his fingers at any time. It was too unrealistic. With his thoughts in a mess, Yi Shinlan leaned back on the sofa until the doorbell rang. Only then did he come back to his senses. He got up and walked to the door, opening it. Standing outside was a bartender who worked in the izakaya. At this moment, he was pushing a dining cart and smiling at Yi Shinlan. Come in. The bartender nodded and pushed the dining cart in. Does your izakaya also provide meals? Looking at the food on the dining cart, Yi Shinlan couldn't help but ask. We only provide snacks. These are all delivered by the boss from outside. The bartender smiled and opened the cover of the dining cart, took out the food one by one, and placed it on the table in front of the sofa. Your boss is so polite. Yi Shinlan could also feel at this moment that the izakaya boss really attached great importance to the collection of the battle theme song, which could be seen from the treatment he received. Is there anything else you need? The bartender asked with a smile at this time. No, thank you. Yi Shinlan replied politely. Okay, please enjoy your meal. You can contact me any time if you need anything. After the bartender left, Yi Shinlan looked at the food on the table and couldn't help but be stunned. In the early stages of his terminal illness, the doctor would often tell him what food he could eat every day and what food he absolutely couldn't eat. However, after the notice of critical illness came, the doctor only said one sentence to him: "Eat whatever you want and do whatever you want. There's not much time left." But now, knowing that he still had a chance to continue living, the unrestrained thoughts in Yi Shenlan's heart suddenly came to an emergency stop. After some hesitation, he still picked up the chopsticks. Damn it, what if I don't get first place? Wouldn't I lose a chance to enjoy delicious food? Thinking of this, the unrestrained thoughts before he died came back again. He began to eat heartily. However, because of his weak body after eating a few mouthfuls, Yi Shenlan felt full and even felt nauseous. It was not that the food was not delicious, but that his body could not support his gluttony at all. With a sigh, Yi Shenlan put down the chopsticks and began to think about what to do next. At this time, he had decided to agree to the izakaya boss's request. He was ready to use the last few days of his life to fight for the future. He felt that he should not give up this precious opportunity. Moreover, from the words of the izakaya boss just now, Yi Shenlan learned a piece of news. In the battle-themed song collection competition, invited by the izakaya boss, there was one person he was very familiar with. It was Sakai, who debuted at the same time as him. They worked in the same company, but the difference was that at that time Yi Shenlan was a popular singing star, while Sakai was only the second place that was suppressed by his brilliance. At that time, the relationship between the two was not bad, and could even be said to be very good. After all, they came out of the same singing talent show. Later, after signing with the same company, with the rise of Yi Shenlan, the relationship between the two became more and more sincere, at least at that time. Yi Shenlan thought so. But after Sakai learned that Yi Shenlan was terminally ill, he changed. What was even more difficult for Yi Shenlan to accept was that before he made arrangements, Sakai informed the company's senior management of his situation in advance. Otherwise, the oppressive commercial performances and activities would not have come so quickly. When he told Sakai that he was terminally ill, he trusted Sakai, but Sakai obviously did not value this friendship. At that moment, Yi Shenlan understood. When they were at their peak, everyone around them was wearing a mask. It was only when they were at their lowest point that they would tear off their masks and reveal their unchanging hearts, or reveal their ugly true faces. Sakai was obviously the latter. Of course, Sakai, who was in second place, took over all the resources that once belonged to Yi Shenlan, while Yi Shenlan struggled in pain and the pressure of the company. In Yi Shenlan's view, Sakai was a successful person. His character was very suitable for the law of survival, and he knew how to seize opportunities to move forward. But he stepped on himself, who had once regarded him as a friend, which was difficult for Yi Shenlan to accept. But at that time he was terminally ill, so what right did he have to negotiate? This was how the industry was. Every artist was a commodity, and there was a string of numbers on them that represented their value and the benefits they could create, just like commodities. And Yi Shenlan, who was terminally ill, had been marked as a defective product at that time, and his only value was the copyright of those songs in his hands. Even in the most difficult time, Yi Shenlan did not choose to sell them, because this was his dream, his lifelong pursuit. Some things could really be protected with one's life, and the way to protect them did not necessarily have to be through noisy battles to prove it. One could also be like Yi Shenlan, calmly using his life as a bargaining chip to make a choice and not compromise. At this moment, when he knew that Sakai had also joined this theme song collection competition, Yi Shenlan was slightly excited. If I can defeat you once, I can defeat you again. At this moment, Yi Shenlan's eyes gradually lit up. He picked up his chopsticks again, picked up a piece of eel meat, stuffed it into his mouth, chewed and swallowed. At this moment, Yi Shenlan was full of fighting spirit. He was very grateful to the owner of the izakaya, who gave him the hope to continue living, and also gave him a chance to defeat Sakai again. Thinking of this, Yi Shenlan suddenly had an appetite, and once again he ate heartily. Replenish nutrition. Accumulate strength. I want to win. 10 minutes later, vomit. Yi Shenlan lay on the ground weakly, vomiting all the food he had just eaten. There were traces of bright, red blood on the ground. Wiping the residue from the corner of his mouth, Yi Shenlan supported his body to stand up and collapsed on the sofa dispiritedly. His fighting spirit had kept up, but obviously the condition of his body had not. Chapter 478. He had only been away from the outside world for a year. How could such a high-tech product be born in the world? So, he scrolled down the post to see the players' reactions. Yi Godlan was dumbfounded when he saw the replies in the post. At least to Yi Godlan, it looked like a scene of fake reviewers appearing. He turned on his computer and the screen lit up. In a second, he entered the desktop interface. Yi Godlan began to browse the battle official forums, post with doubts in his mind. Yi Godlan expressed his doubts again. That's a little unbelievable. They're all fake reviewers. Yi Godlan clicked on the browser, entered Battle Online into the search engine, and pressed the enter button. They're all fake reviewers. Aren't they afraid of losing everything? Yi Godlan spat out everything he had eaten. He no longer had the intention to continue eating. After all, his body was too weak. He could still drink liquid food, but his body couldn't handle this type of food. Captain Jack, let me tell you something. I'm a teacher. Nowadays, students don't compare whose family is richer. Instead, they compare whose PK skills are better and whose equipment is better. In the past, it was always my dad who had this and that. Now it's my dad's equipment that and that. Moreover, under inflation, the currency will depreciate, but the currency of the conquest seems to be still appreciating. I've said so much, you know. They must be crazy from playing games. After all, it was clearly stated on the poster that the theme song must match the content of the game. A pair of crimson eyes appeared in the center of the screen. The burning pupils seemed to reflect a world of blood and fire. Yi Godlan's heart skipped a beat. The more he looked, the more surprised he became. Gradually, Yi Godlan's suspicion turned to shock. Misaka's brother. OP, forget it. The price you offered isn't considered high in the forum. You're still thinking of getting a reward at this price? I advise you to give up. Why don't you increase the price? Am I the only one who thinks cash is more important than game rewards? F*CK, can games be used as a meal? Little angel Jinmu. Smart people will choose to stock up. I heard that a player named Yak is planning to bring a huge sum of money into the game. Although they can't participate in the Asia server's activities, he can invite people to participate. They can trade the rewards across servers. There were even more players who replied that if they received game rewards, they should use them for themselves or stock up and sell them when the price increased. Hiring contestants of Battle Theme Song at a high price. As long as they win the prize, you can ask for anything. What was even more outrageous was that some gaming media even gave the company behind Battle Online the title of the world's most outstanding scientific research company, and even directly called this company a black technology company. Fortunately, the computer was not locked with a password, so Yi Godlan did not have to ask questions. More than 1 million game discussion threads a day? Just how many players would be online? With that in mind, he clicked on Battle's official website. After resting on the sofa for a long time, Yi Shenlan finally recovered. However, what surprised Yi Shenlan the most was the number of posts on the top right corner. However, the main theme of the game was war. It was just a normal operation. Yi Godlan looked like she had seen a ghost when she saw this post. Requirement: sign the contract in advance, and the reward will belong to us. Some were talking about pet raising, some were talking about fishing by the lake, and some were talking about PK combat techniques. There were all kinds of topics. Game ID, Morarji guild affiliation, Brahma sect position, guild leader. The number of players in Battle Online exceeded 100 million. To Yi Shenlan, this was a bit too much. Could the value of the items in the game be maintained? Weren't they afraid that they would not be able to be sold and suffer a huge loss? The best game of the century, a masterpiece that would probably not be shaken in the next 100 years. Deadline: Battle Theme Song Collection activity ends. After glancing at the official website, Yi Shenlan clicked on the forum function. Indian ascetic: we'll wait to beat up the non-Chinese guys to vent our anger, laughing emoji. That was because the gaming media's evaluation of Battle Online was too high. Yi Shenlan started to doubt his life, wondering why his worldview was so different from the public's. Because he was starting to believe that it was true. The first link was to Battle Online's official website. Author: Brahma Buddhism. In his opinion, the owner of the izakaya was burning money to fork out $400 million, but the Brahma Consortium was willing to invest $800 million, which was twice as much as the owner of the izakaya. This was 2F** king abnormal. What was 100% realistic, an epic-making product? However, in the gaming media's description, Battle Online gave Yi Shenlan the feeling that there was a brand new world in the game, and it was a game suitable for all ages. Garji's incarnation. It's too little. Hurry up and raise the price. The 3-star young master next door has already offered $1 billion. It's time to burn money, laughing emoji. Mikasa. After analyzing the situation these few days, I advise the capable participants to choose to stock up. You will definitely lose money if you sell. Otherwise, why do you think the tycoons signed the cooperation with you in advance? Be smart. $800 million. Why did they put on a look as if it was too little or even disdainful? However, as Yi Shenlan looked at them, he felt that these players seemed to be playing a different game. All of them were praising the game, and Yi Shenlan was speechless. Yi Shenlan was confused. He couldn't understand what kind of mentality the players in this game had when they played the game. Yi Shenlan did not directly enter the official website, but first looked at the other gaming media's introduction and comments on this game. Player from the strongest country in the universe. Anyway, no matter what, we must not sell it to other servers. The Asia server is already lagging behind. What if the reward is a legendary weapon or even better item? We must not sell it. Slams table emoji. He clicked on the Asia server's forum, and suddenly countless posts appeared. Moreover, in Yi Shenlan's eyes, many of the screenshots in the posts were pictures from reality. There was really a game with 100% realism, equivalent to a second world. As he read, Yi Shenlan gradually revealed a shocked expression. What a joke! How many people did their country have? At this time, a post caught Yi Shenlan's attention. Yi Shenlan could not imagine that any musician or singer would be able to resist the temptation of such a price. There were too many posts that could prove this point. He was not stupid. Although he was shocked, he still accepted the truth. Suddenly, a large amount of information appeared in rows. When the crimson eyes dissipated, the Battle Asia server's official website interface appeared. The main interface's background was an aerial view of blazing Sky City, with eagles soaring at the side, and the buildings below were quite otherworldly. Content. For this Asia server's theme song collection activity, India's Borrow Financial Group invested $800 million to recruit music experts. As long as the theme song you created is successfully selected as the Battle Asia server's theme song, you will receive this generous reward. Expert Fisherman. The previous poster above understands, I think so too. Moreover, what's the use of so much money as long as it's enough to spend? I basically stay in the cultivation chamber every day. I don't want to spend money, even if I have money. Instead, I will be very happy if I receive rewards, such as inheritance or something. Laughing emoji. After thinking for a while, he stood up with difficulty and strode to the computer table in the study room. He planned to go online and search for information about Battle Online. This time, Yi Shenlan no longer had a doubtful attitude. When he read the subsequent posts, he was only shocked and in disbelief. From his point of view, if there were 1 million active posts in a day, excluding the replies, then the number of online players must have exceeded 100 million or even more. After all, many players only replied to the posts and did not post anything. There were even some players who only read the posts and never replied. Looking at the bloodstains on the ground, Yi Shanlan shook his head helplessly. However, vomiting blood was already a common occurrence for him, so he did not panic at all, let alone call an ambulance. Crimson / If I had this talent and participated in the competition, I would definitely get the reward myself. Even if I had to sell it after I got it, the price would definitely increase. Only an idiot would cooperate with you guys. However, it was obvious that not only did the Battle Asia players not suck up to them, their attitude could even be said to be extremely bad. Yi Shenlan admitted that this game might be very capable, which could be seen from the fact that they were able to fork out 30 million cash to collect the theme song. However, he did not believe that a game company's product could be as epic-making as praised by the gaming media. At this moment, there were more than 1 million posts, and the number of posts was still increasing rapidly. Therefore, since he had decided to participate in the competition, he had to understand the game's content as soon as possible, or even experience it personally. Moreover, from his point of view, the game that the owner of the izakaya liked to play should have a different style from the games that young people played. Moreover, he also knew about the Polo Financial Group. Its main business was in the field of medical drugs. During his treatment period, many of the drugs were imported from there. The financial group's strength could be said to be comparable to the wealth of a country. Are all the players nowadays so arrogant? For example, there was a picture of a player wearing armor fishing by the lake. It did not feel like the background of the game at all. Instead, it looked like a picture taken by the lake in the real world after cosplaying. Chapter 479. He had a rough understanding of Battle Online players' strong desire to spend money on paywalls, as well as the behavior of rich players in this game world. Yi Godlan was silent. He felt that the world had become a little strange. The more he understood, the more curious he was about this game. He wanted to experience it for himself and see what kind of addictive game world it was. There was a download address on the official website of Battle Online, but there was no virtual machine in the tavern that supported the game. Yi Godlan fell into deep thought. He instinctively picked up the pack of cigarettes on the table, took one out, and lit it with a gold-plated lighter. He took a deep breath. Cough, cough. F***CK. This cough was out of control, making Yi Godlan feel like he was dying, coughing up more blood. He stubbed out the cigarette, took a deep breath, stood up, walked to the door, opened it, and walked out. Although it was already midnight, the tavern was still playing music, and the number of visitors had not decreased at all. Yi Godlan stood on the second floor, looking down at the crowd for a moment, made a decision, and walked downstairs. He was going to look for a virtual gaming room outside to experience Battle Online. As he passed by the bar, Yi Godlan greeted the bartender, explaining that he had something to do and had to go out. The bartender did not stop him, and smiled to show that he understood. After leaving the tavern, Yi Godlan turned on his phone, looked at the navigation, and walked to the nearest virtual gaming room. There were not many people on the street under the dim, yellow street lights, and the ground was very wet because it had just rained. The night breeze was chilly, and Yi Godlan could not help but tighten his clothes. He felt that he was really getting weaker and weaker. However, he was also very impressed with himself. He was suffering from a terminal illness and did not have a month to live, but he still wanted to play games in the wee hours of the morning. Others played games with paywalls, but he played games with his life. He felt that he was much more ruthless than those players with paywalls. Yi Godlan coughed all the way, his body hunched in the wind, and his back looked a little miserable. According to the location on his phone, Yi Godlan arrived at his destination in less than half an hour. He looked up, and the words "two-dimensional gaming room" were hanging across the road. Yi Godlan looked at the traffic light, waited for a moment, and walked across the road. Entering the game room, the sci-fi themed decorations came into view. The entire game room was decorated in 3 colors: white, blue, and black. As he walked deeper into the building, Yi Shinlan noticed that there were many posters of Battle Online pasted on the walls. Inside the gaming room, there was a gaming pod every 1 meter apart. This was the first time Knight Godlan had seen a gaming room like this. After walking around for a while, Knight Godlon suddenly felt like he was getting old. He could not find any virtual reality helmets at all. All he could see were game capsules. The terminally ill elderly felt that they were being bullied by the new era. He had no choice but to try using the gaming chamber. After all, if he had to find another gaming chamber, he was afraid that he would suddenly die on the way. Although it was already late at night, there were many players in the gaming room. Many of the gaming pods had red lights on. Knight Godlon looked around and found a secluded corner. She took out her phone and scanned the area with the QR code. Beep. Activating the virtual cabin. Please select the game time. An input option appeared on the launch bar of the virtual cabin. Yi Godlon thought for a moment, then pressed a 5. Beep. Insufficient balance. Looking at the notification on the screen, Knight Godlon was so sad that he did not want to speak. After a moment of silence, he reached out and entered 3 on the screen. Recharge successful. Please begin your gaming journey. A sweet voice came from the gaming pod. This time, there was no insufficient balance like before. However, it still made Knight Godlon feel terrible. Not only was he terminally ill, he was also King penniless. Which gamer is as ruthless as me? What kind of gamer is this? Is he more ruthless than me? Who else is there? He looked around. Although there was no one around, Knight Godlon still felt that he was awesome. After the lid of the gaming pod slowly opened, Knight Godlon lay down sideways. As the lid slid down, the nutrient solution flowed out from the holes around the pod. A virtual screen then appeared. A notification about the game's security appeared before Knight Godlon's eyes. It introduced the usage of the gaming pod and the billing method in detail. Knight Godlon did not choose to skip the introduction. Instead, he read it carefully. After reading it, he finally understood why the gaming fee was so expensive. Actually, the hourly fee for gaming time was not particularly expensive. The main reason was because of the nutrient solution. This was because no matter how long a gamer used the gaming pod for, the nutrient solution would be deducted first. After all, it was a one-time use item. After understanding the reason, Knight Godlon skipped the introduction and a virtual gaming table appeared before his eyes. On the table, the number 1 game on the list of the most popular games was Battle Online. Its popularity had reached a crimson red, the maximum value of 100 points. Playing with things was distracting. Knight God Mist mumbled to herself as she clicked on Battle Online and began her journey of battle. 3 hours later, the gaming pod was opened. Knight Godlon opened his eyes suddenly. His eyes were still filled with disbelief. He quickly took out his phone from the storage box beside him. Then he stood up and went to the virtual screen for paying and surfing the internet. He fiddled with it for a while. Beep, insufficient balance. Beep, insufficient balance. Beep, insufficient balance. Not even half an hour's worth of balance was left. What the F***? Knight Godlon leaned against the gaming pod and sat down dispiritedly. After experiencing it for himself, he finally understood why this game was called a second world by the players. It was because everything in the game was too real. In Knight Godlon's eyes, it was flawless. What shocked him even more was that the weakness and pain in his body had disappeared in the game. After exiting the game, this feeling of difference was especially obvious. It made him want to stay in the game and not return to this weak body. In the game, he chose to be a heaven bearer, which was a telekinesis user. The feeling of mastering superpowers and the increase in physical strength that came with leveling up made him very addicted. However, he was out of money. Knight Godlon could not help but mutter to himself again. He had completely forgotten that he had previously said that playing with things was distracting. Even Knight Godlon had to admit that this game was really amazing. It was a completely different worldview, different buildings and sceneries, and even different customs. Everything was so real that it felt like he was in a different world. In the 3-hour world, Knight Godlon met many players and also interacted with many NPCs. All of this deeply shocked him. This game was amazing. This time, Knight Godlon praised from the bottom of his heart. However, Knight Godlon immediately felt sad again. I'm out of money. Standing up, Knight Godlon thought about it and decided to return to the izakaya. He would talk to the owner of the izakaya when he came back tomorrow. As he walked out of the gaming room, a gust of cold wind blew in his face, causing him to cough uncontrollably. After experiencing a strong physique and superpowers, Knight Godlon felt very uncomfortable when facing his weak body again. However, at this moment, Knight Godland's fighting spirit was once again ignited. After seeing the light, he must be thirsty for it. At this moment, he also understood why so many players were willing to spend money in this game. With a virtual device that could surf the internet 24 hours a day, coupled with the completely real world in Battle Online, it was equivalent to a second world. Moreover, there were superpowers in that world that did not exist in reality, a free mind without any restrictions, and a variety of interactive functions. Even Knight Godlon, who did not like to play games, fell in love with this game in these 3 hours. And Battle Online would also be his chance to be reborn. Thinking about his troubles, Knight Godlon dragged his weak body along the quiet streets of the bustling city. His bleak figure gradually faded away, and he occasionally coughed a few times. When he returned to the izakaya, the bartender who saw him smiled at him. "Your Excellency, Knight Godlon, the upstairs has been tidied up. Would you like something to drink?" Knight Godlon shrunk his head and shook his head because he wanted to die. He went upstairs and entered the izakaya owner's room. The room had been tidied up. His vomit and the food on the table had been cleaned up. Knight Godlon strode to the sofa, lay down and closed his eyes. At the same time, he began to think about how to make the theme song for Battle Online. As he thought about it, exhaustion washed over him like a tide. The next day, the doorbell rang, waking Knight Godlon up. After waking up, not only did he feel uncomfortable, but his vision was also white, as if it was covered by a layer of white gauze. Knight Godlon rubbed his eyes. He was already used to such a situation. After taking a deep breath, he stood up, walked to the door, and opened it. Standing outside was the izakaya owner, who was wearing a top hat. At this moment, it was also quiet outside, and the customers had all left. "Kami-san, I hope I didn't disturb your rest." The owner greeted him with a smile and raised the breakfast bag in his hand. Knight Godlon shook his head slightly, turned sideways, and gestured for the izakaya owner to come in. After entering, Knight Godlon looked at the breakfast bag in the izakaya owner's hand, and his heart warmed. He felt that even his father did not treat him so well. After all, he did not have a father. However, after reading the posts on the Battle Online forum yesterday, Knight Godlon finally understood why the izakaya owner said that the reward of 400 million was too little for winning the Battle Online theme song selection event. However, at this moment, he still decided to help the izakaya owner, because without him, he might still be hiding and waiting to die. Moreover, while helping the izakaya owner, he was also helping himself. "Kami-san, have breakfast first. We'll discuss after eating," the izakaya owner said with a smile. "I've thought about it. I want to participate in this Battle Online." Knight Godlon said immediately after taking the breakfast. Knight Godland's decisive answer stunned the izakaya owner. He did not understand why Knight Godlon, who was still very hesitant yesterday, suddenly had such a huge change. Looking at the surprised face of the izakaya owner, Knight Godlon smiled in his heart. Obviously, the izakaya owner did not know that he had risked his life and spent all his savings to experience Battle Online yesterday. "Kami-san, thank you for your help. I'll try my best to cooperate with whatever you need from now on." After a short moment of shock, the izakaya owner smiled and reached out his hand to Knight Godlon. Knight Godlon reached out and shook the izakaya owner's hand, and a smile appeared on his pale face. Chapter 480. After agreeing to the izakaya owner's participation, Yi Godlon signed a contract with him. The content was simple. If Yi Godland's theme song was successfully selected, all the tradable game rewards, must be handed over to the izakaya owner. After that, Yigadlan made a series of requests to the izakaya owner. The first was a recording studio, because he needed to compose and practice songs there. The izakaya owner immediately agreed to this and told Yigadlan that he had already prepared it for him. He had also arranged for an assistant to assist him in composing and arranged his travel and requests. For the second request, Yigadlan needed a gaming chamber. After all, the content of the Battle Asia theme song must be in line with the game's theme. Therefore, he must learn as much as possible about the game. The izakaya owner agreed without hesitation and was ready to arrange a new residence for Yigadlan. However, Yigadlan refused because, in his opinion, it was the same everywhere. He could live here, and as for the gaming chamber, he could just transport it over. Although the izakaya owner was surprised, he agreed. After fulfilling these two requests, Yigadlan said that he had no other requests for the time being. When the izakaya owner heard this, he said that he could contact him if there were any other requests. Then he got up and left the izakaya. After the izakaya owner left, Yigadlan walked into the house, turned on the computer, and began to browse the posts on the Battle Asia official website. This forum was the most loyal forum that Yigadlan had ever seen. The players were very active, and there were also many players who organized the background of the game and the game strategy. This would be very helpful for his subsequent composing. As he read, Yigadlan gradually became engrossed. After a while, the doorbell rang, and Yigadlan was awakened from his state of concentration. He got up and walked to the door. When he opened it, a middle-aged man in a suit with a serious expression appeared outside. "Your gaming chamber has arrived. Do you need to send it in now?" At this time, the man turned sideways and revealed a few staff members who were installing the gaming chamber behind him. When Yigadlan heard this, he immediately nodded and made way. After the staff carried the gaming chamber parts into the house, the man in the suit standing at the door spoke again. "Your Excellency, Yigadlan, my name is Matsumoto. I will be in charge of your itinerary from now on. While the staff are installing the gaming chamber, would you like to take a look at the recording studio now?" Yigadlan did not expect the izakaya owner to arrange things so quickly. It had only been a while since he signed the contract, and everything was already arranged. Did he expect that I would agree? Yi Shanlan thought to herself. "All right, let's go take a look." Yi Shanlan said to Matsumoto after a moment of silence. Under Matsumoto's guidance, Yi Kamilan left the izakaya. There was already a maglev phantom car of the latest model waiting outside. After getting into the car, Matsumoto sat beside Yigadlan and began to explain the situation of the recording studio to him. According to Matsumoto, the owner of izakaya had booked a top-notch recording studio for a month, and he could go there at any time. This made Yi Shinlan sigh again. The world of the rich was really capricious. After all, even when he was at his peak, he didn't have this kind of treatment. At that time, the company's equipment was completely incomparable to what he had now. He didn't expect to experience it before he died. After traveling for more than half an hour, Matsumoto and Yigadlan arrived at the recording studio that they had booked earlier. The staff who had been notified immediately came out to greet them and brought Yigadlan around. "Your Excellency Shinlan, do you want to test the effects?" Matsumoto asked. Yi Shinlan nodded. He couldn't help but feel his heart palpitate. He loved music, but due to his illness, he hadn't touched the thing he loved the most for a year. He couldn't help but feel excited. He followed Matsumoto into the recording studio. After being asked by the staff, Yi Shinlan chose a song he had written when he first debuted and stood in front of the condenser microphone. As the familiar melody played, the lyrics appeared in his mind. As the melody approached the lyrics, Yi Shinlan opened his mouth slightly, his expression extremely engrossed. When the voice burst forth from his mouth, the Yi Shinlan was back. His voice was sometimes passionate, like the rolling waves of the sea, sometimes melancholy, sometimes like the gurgling waters of a mountain stream, and sometimes melancholy. His face was haggard, and his body was all skin and bones. However, His voice contained his boundless love for music. A sincere love for music ignited in his chest. At this moment, he was the protagonist, the center of the world. At this moment, it wasn't just Yi Shinlan. Even Matsumoto and the staff were immersed in Yi Shinlan's voice. When the melody ended, everyone couldn't come back to their senses for a long time. Cough, cough. At this moment, Yi Shenlan suddenly squatted on the ground with a pale face and started vomiting blood. Upon seeing this, Matsumoto hurriedly stepped forward and turned his head to shout, "Call an ambulance!" "No need, I'm fine. I'll be fine after vomiting a few mouthfuls." Yi Shenlan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and waved his hand. "Your situation isn't looking good. I think it's better for you to decline the boss's request." Matsumoto frowned as he looked at Yi Shinlan. Yi Shinlan pulled out the crumpled critical illness notice from his pocket and handed it to Matsumoto. "I have to agree. This is my only chance." Matsumoto took the critical illness notice and looked through it. He couldn't help but be stunned. At this moment, he understood why Yi Shinlan had said that. "I'll dedicate the last of my life to the music I love. Even if I don't succeed, I don't think I'll regret it," Yi Shinlan said again. "I'll try my best to help you." Matsumoto said solemnly after a moment of silence, "Thank you." Yi Shinlan nodded and smiled. She forced herself to stand up. Hearing Yi Shinlan's voice become very hoarse, Matsumoto could not help but say, "Your Excellency Yi Shinlan, go back and rest for today. Come back tomorrow." Hearing this, Yi Shenlan's expression didn't change. However, he couldn't help but clench his fists. "Even singing has become so extravagant for me. How am I supposed to win in this state?" Thinking of this, Yi Shenlan's expression became resolute. "Rest here. I don't have much time left. My body will only get worse. There's no point in resting." Hearing this, Matsumoto sighed and didn't stop him. However, he was still a little worried. At this moment, a plump staff member who was standing beside them took a few steps forward and whispered, "Your Excellency Yi Shinlan, are you going to participate in the battle theme song selection competition?" Yi Shinlan nodded in surprise. "If you're not feeling well, why don't you practice and compose songs in the game? You must know that battle is a 100% realistic game. Even your songs can be recorded in the game." Hearing this, Yi Shinlan's body trembled. She immediately asked, "Is it really possible in the game?" "Yes, if you need professional noise removal equipment, they might be sold in the game shop. There are a lot of items there. You can look for them." The staff member, Little Fatty, replied with a serious look. These words made Yi Godland's heart excited again. "Come, let's go back." Hearing this, Matsumoto nodded with a smile. He was also a battle player, so he knew that this was completely possible. He just hadn't thought of it before. Returning to the room on the second floor of the izakaya, the gaming chamber had been installed and was placed horizontally in the corner of the wall beside the office desk. Seeing this, Yi Shinlan turned to look at her assistant, Matsumoto, and said, "Go back first. I won't die for the time being. Don't worry." Hearing this, Matsumoto smiled bitterly but still nodded. "I'll be upstairs. Call me any time if you need anything." Saying this, Matsumoto walked out of the room and closed the door. After Matsumoto left, Yi Shinlan came to the gaming chamber excitedly, opened the door, and went in sideways. As the door closed, the water level of the nutrient solution rose. Yi Shinlan once again entered the world of battle, Blazing Sky City. Yi Shinlan's figure appeared. Clenching his fists, Yi Shinlan felt the abundant energy and strength in his body. He was excited. All the restraints in the real world had disappeared at this moment. Here, he could really play to his heart's content. He knew that he didn't have much time left. Therefore, he had to find a secluded and suitable place to compose songs as soon as possible. With this thought in mind, Yi Shinlan opened the Battle Official Forum and opened a thread to ask the players for advice. Soon, the players on the forum replied, "The Dark Forest." According to the player's description, This forest was a forest with no living creatures other than plants. The environment inside was quiet, which was very much in line with his requirements. After getting the coordinates, Yi Shinlan left the city and began to walk toward the destination according to the coordinates marked by the players. He was ready to start his composition, which was also his last desperate attempt. For the next few days, the players who passed by the dark forest could hear singing coming from within. In order to compose a battle theme song that would satisfy him, Yi Godlon devoted herself to it. His body in the real world was getting weaker by the day. However, Yi Shenlan's spirit was getting stronger and stronger. He even relied on the nutrient solution to support him and devoted himself to composing songs 24 hours a day. Although he was in a virtual world, everything was so real. There was no one to disturb him. There were only trees, flowers, and his favorite music as companions. To Yi Shenlan, such days were fulfilling and satisfying. One day after a simple meal, Yi Shenlan took out his music score and stood beside a towering tree. He began to sing again, making changes to the score from time to time. At this moment, the tree beside him suddenly shook, sprinkling crystal green spots of light. Then, to Yi Shenlan's surprise, a girl wearing a green veil slowly emerged from the green spots of light. The girl looked to be about 10 years old. Her big, blinking eyes made her look very cute. At this moment, she was looking at Yi Shenlan curiously, her eyes bright and full of expression. This was Yi Shenlan's first time seeing a creature other than NPCs and players in the game. He could not help but be curious. "It's beautiful." At this moment, the girl suddenly shouted excitedly. A pair of transparent wings suddenly appeared behind her back, and she began to fly around Yi Shenlan. "It's beautiful, it's beautiful. LV likes it very much." The girl shouted excitedly as she flew. What's the matter?" Yi Shenlan asked in surprise. "LV likes you. LV wants to hear you sing." To Yi Shenlan's surprise, LV suddenly threw herself into Yi Shenlan's arms and shouted excitedly. Chapter 481. Green Robe's enthusiasm made Yi Shenlan a little uncomfortable, and he could not help but push her into his arms. However, after a brief moment of confusion, Green Dress once again threw herself into Yi Shenlan's arms. Yi Godlon. At this moment, he suddenly remembered the analysis function and quickly looked at the girl in his arms. Green clothes, nature butterfly, character details, elves that have been hiding in nature for years. Their birth rate is extremely low. Every nature butterfly that is born will have the ability to comprehend the laws of nature. They are simple in nature. Hobbies, nature, vitality, beautiful things, music, character condition. Balanced. Body formed by elements has reached a state of balance with nature, happy ongoing. Character evaluation. Elemental creature with super potential has the potential to become a god. After looking at Green Dress's interface, Yi Godlon had a rough idea of Green Dress background. Due to her short exposure to Battle Online, Night Godlon did not fully understand Green Robe's analysis panel. She thought it was just an ordinary creature in the game. So he rubbed Green Shirt's little head and said, "That's right. Don't be like this. I don't have much time left. Green Shirt has been eavesdropping on you for a long time. I can't take it anymore," Green Shirt said as she rubbed her face against Yi Shenlan's. Yi Shenlan looked helpless and could only push Green Robe away again. However, Green Dress was still very excited. She flapped her wings and began to circle around Night Godlon, humming the song that Night Godlon had sung before. Lu Yi's voice was very unique. It had a quiet, soothing quality to it. It was as if her voice had seeped into the air and merged with nature. Her ethereal voice was filled with vitality, and Yi Shenlan could not help but be stunned. After singing the song, Lu Yi threw herself into Yi Shenlan's arms again. "That's amazing." Yi Shenlan was stunned. The characters in the game were extremely lifelike. Yi Godlon had already experienced this before. However, Yi Godlon was shocked to find that the character he had created had such singing abilities. Lu Yi, have you been eavesdropping on me, singing for a few days? Yi Shenlon asked curiously as he rubbed Lu Yi's head. When Lu Yi heard this, she nodded vigorously. Green Dress has been eavesdropping all this time. Nice. Green Robe raised her head and giggled. An image surfaced in Yi Shenlan's mind. A sneaky figure was hiding in the tree, staring at him and smiling foolishly every day. Yi Godlon shuddered at the thought of this. Fortunately, the sneaky figure hiding in the dark was a little girl. Otherwise, the scene would have been terrifying. At this time, Green Dress once again burrowed out of Yi Shenlan's arms. She flapped her wings and circled in the air, shouting, "LVE wants to hear you sing. Lu Yi wants to hear you sing." When Yi Shenlan heard this, she sighed. She knew that she couldn't chase this little fellow away. "Then be quiet, I'll sing for you." Lu Yi wants to hear you sing, so Lu Yi needs to be quiet. Green Robe giggled. She then flapped her wings and flew up to a tree branch. She squatted down and rested her chin on her hands. She stared at Yi Shenlan with bright eyes. Yi Shenlan shook her head helplessly, then turned her attention to the music score in her hands. A week had passed, and he knew he didn't have much time left. He had to hurry up. Thinking of this, Yi Godlon once again immersed herself in composing and singing. Gradually, he forgot that there was a little elf beside him and began to sing again. Time passed day by day. In these few days, Yi Shenlan had become familiar with Green Dress, and Green Dress accompanied him every day. Every time Yi Shenlan sang, Green Dress would sit on a tree beside him and stare at him, quietly listening. And when Yi Shenlan was frowning and thinking hard, Green Dress would float down from the tree and dance around Yi Shenlan. At the same time, she would imitate Yi Shenlan's tune and sing. Green Dress's voice was very special. Yi Shenlan could always find inspiration from it and modify the lyrics. It could be said that Green Dress's existence was a great help to Yi Shenlan. She gave him a sense of companionship and warmth when he was busy composing. Rather than saying they were friends, they were more like music partners. Every time one of them finished singing, the other would sing. The beautiful singing flowed through the trees and flowers of the dark forest like flowing water, bringing vitality to the silent forest. The lyrics and songs in his hands were also becoming more and more perfect in such an environment. And Yi Shenlan was also becoming more and more confident in winning the battle theme song competition. Today was the last day to collect the battle theme song. Yi Shenlan sat under a tree and ate the food he bought from the mall. He looked at Green Dress in front of him with a smile. "Shenlan, this is not delicious at all. Green Dress hates eating this." "Tui, tui, tui." Green Dress made a bitter face and spat out all the food she stuffed into her mouth. Seeing this, Yi Shenlan couldn't help but laugh. "Don't force yourself if you don't like it." Hearing this, Green Dress giggled. "But why do I feel that you look delicious when you eat it, Shenlan?" Looking at Green Dress, who was blinking her eyes and asking him questions, Yi Shenlan couldn't help but reach out and rub her little head. "Maybe you're too picky. It's not good for children to be picky." Green Dress seemed to believe Yi Shenlan's words. She couldn't help but take a small bite of the food in her hand. But before she could swallow it, she couldn't help but spit it out again. Then she frowned and said pitifully, "Shenlan, I'm not eating anymore. Here." Saying this, Green Dress handed the dear biscuit in her hand to Yi Shenlan. "Haha, I won't tease you any more." Looking at the aggrieved Green Dress, Yi Shenlan felt that he hadn't felt so relaxed in a long time. As the last day of the battle campaign themed song collection approached, the fear in Yi Shenlan's heart faded. There was only relief. To Yi Shenlan, this song that he wrote with Green Dress was his peak. Even when he was at his peak, he didn't have this song. He had no more regrets. After finishing the food in his hand, Yi Shenlan stood up and stretched his body. Then he turned to look at Green Dress and said, Green dress, we're going to record the song later. Be serious. Yeah. Although Green dress didn't understand what he meant, she still clenched her fists and cheered him on with a serious face. On the last day of the battle campaign theme song, Yi Shenlan also started the recording of his song's music video. After testing her voice, Yi Shenlan clicked on the background music that the owner of the izakaya had recorded in the game. Then he clicked on the record button. A familiar melody sounded. Yi Shenlan took a deep breath and looked at Green Dress, who was fluttering above his head. He smiled. As for this song, he named it Butterfly, Butterfly. P.S. It's better to accompany the background music. Night Goddess Land's song reverberated through the dark forest, and Green Dress in the image was like a lively fairy, dancing and circling in the air above Night Goddess Lawn. She danced with musical symbols and the reverberation of a song that made one's blood boil with excitement. The green crystals that rippled out from the flapping of her wings added a touch of fantasy and liveliness to the video. He threw himself into it and sang to his heart's content. Yi Shenlan regarded this song as the last song of his life. He also fused his last passion with the notes in the song. At this moment, it was as if he was a part of the music. The moment the music ended, Yi Shenlan closed his eyes, raised his head, and spread his arms. He seemed to be listening to his own voice echoing in the forest. Game notification. Recording complete. Do you want to transfer to the competition channel? Yes. Yi Shenlan replied without hesitation. Game warning. Your health status is fluctuating severely. It has been detected that your condition is critical. Preparing to forcefully log off. The nearby emergency number has been called for you. At this moment, the game notification sounded again. However, Yi Shenlan's eyes were still closed. He knew that this moment would come sooner or later. It had been more than 20 days since the last month. Although it had come early, he was prepared. Game notification. Forcefully log off. Countdown 10, 9, 8. At this moment, Yi Shenlan opened his eyes and smiled at Green Dress. Green Dress, thank you. Thank you for your company. Goodbye. Hearing this, Green Dress's eyes revealed some doubt. Then, she giggled and threw herself into Yi Shenlan's arms. However, at this moment, Yi Shenlan's figure slowly dissipated and Green Dress missed. The smile on Green Dress's face froze. She reached out and touched a drop of liquid on her left cheek. Her eyes revealed a look of dissatisfaction. Shenlan! 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 Don't bully Green Dress. Come out. However, Yi Shenlan still did not appear. At this moment, Green Dress did not know why, but she felt very uneasy. She was a nature elf. Just now, she felt an emotion from Yi Shenlan's body. It was like a farewell. It was full of reluctance and attachment, but it was also full of relief. Shenlan! 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 At this moment, Green Dress flapped her wings and began to fly around the dark forest. She was even shouting Yi Shenlan's name anxiously. However, Yi Shenlan's life force was unstable. He had been forcibly logged out of the game by the battle life detection system. The gaming pod opened slowly. Yi Shenlan's pale face was revealed. Cough, cough! The feeling of weakness appeared again. He could not help but vomit blood. At this moment, Yi Shenlan knew that he could not hold on any longer. His vision gradually blurred. He seemed to hear his own heartbeat. It seemed so weak, as if it would stop at any moment, so tired his thoughts were slowly being soaked in darkness. Vaguely, he heard the sound of a door opening and messy footsteps. There seemed to be the sound of an ambulance siren. The moment Yi Shenlan was sent to the emergency room, the theme song voting finally began on the official website of Battle. Carefully composed songs were posted on the main page of Battle for players to judge and vote for. In just half an hour, the votes for the theme songs were pulled apart. One of the songs, Butterfly, Butterfly, stood out from the rest. It had 3 times the number of votes and had an absolute advantage in half an hour. A large number of players clicked on the music video out of curiosity. They were all captivated by it. In the video, a young man stood in the middle of an empty forest, singing in high spirits. Nimble green fairies dotted the scene. Under the pale green light, the forest looked dreamy and colorful, full of vitality. I want to turn into a butterfly and fly high in the breeze. I just want to meet you as soon as possible. Put aside all my worries. There was no more time to waste. What would happen under this clear sky? Even in the face of an unknown tomorrow, I must bravely take the risk. Behind the limitless stretch of dreams, traversing the cold and heartless world. I don't want to lose to myself. I believe that I will never stop. Even if I encounter difficulties occasionally, I will definitely be able to overcome them. Like a butterfly spreading its wings, flying in the breeze. The players were immersed in Ye Godland's song. Looking at the smiling man in the video, no one would have thought that this song was composed at the last moment of his life. He even used the last moments of his life to film this music video. Just like the song said, there was not much time left. This song was full of emotion. It made the players feel like they were watching a butterfly facing a storm and harsh environment, flapping its wings against the wind. In a short period of time, the song had an absolute advantage over the other theme songs. It had become the hottest topic on the Asia Servers forum. Countless players from other servers came over out of curiosity. At this moment, the Asia server players seemed to have seen the birth of the champion. They were all calling for the creators to come out and talk about their creative process. However, Ye Godlan could not see any of this in the white ward. The machine beeped slowly and rhythmically. On the bed, Ye Godland's weak breathing was like a candle in the wind, about to be extinguished at any time. At this moment, the assistant Song Zizu was standing beside the bed, looking at Ye Godlan, whose eyes were tightly shut. His expression was extremely complicated. According to the doctor, Ye Godlan could not make it through the night. Any rescue would not be effective. Next, he could only wait for death to come. A month of pursuit and hard work, at the moment when the results were about to come. Ye Godlan, who was lying on the bed, could not be seen at this moment. Song Zizu wished he could shake Ye Godlan awake and tell him that he had succeeded, that he had won the championship. His dream was about to be achieved, but the person who had been pursuing it was not there to witness it. Even Song Zizu felt indignant for Ye Godlan. At this moment, the owner of the izakaya appeared beside Song Zizu. He glanced at Ye Godlan, who was lying on the bed with a complicated expression on his face. I have invited the best medical team over. I hope they can make it in time. Boss, I have just sent a report on Ye Godland's physical condition to the medical team over there. They said that they can do nothing and will not come. Song Zizu shook his head. Hearing this, the owner of the izakaya was silent for a while, then sighed. Did I do something wrong? That's right. He is very grateful to you for letting him leave in his favorite way. Sigh. The owner of the izakaya sighed again. After taking a deep look at Ye Godlan, who was lying on the bed, he silently turned and left. The ward fell into silence again. At this moment, Ye Godlan opened his eyes slightly. Song Zizu saw this and hurried forward. Has it begun? A weak voice was squeezed out of his mouth. At this moment, it seemed that even speaking had become very painful for Ye Godlan. It has begun. You have succeeded. You are first. Song Zizu replied quickly. Hearing this, Ye Godlan endured the pain and squeezed out a smile on his face. Seeing Ye Godlan like this, Song Zizu could not bear to see him like this and could not help but ask, Do you have anything to say? Let me be alone for a while. Song Zizu heard this, nodded, walked out of the ward and closed the door. Standing in the corridor, Song Zizu could not help but take out a cigarette. After lighting it, he took a deep puff. His eyes seemed to be red from the smoke. Under the curtain of night, the lights were not turned on in the silent ward. Life was slipping away bit by bit. But Yi Godlan was already prepared to face all this. He felt very satisfied to leave in this way. Green dress. I really want to be friends with you. What a pity at this moment. Yi Godlan closed his eyes, opened his mouth slightly, and closed it again. The familiar scene, the familiar melody, and the familiar lyrics emerged in his mind. He sang silently. He really wanted to turn into a butterfly and fly high with the breeze. His journey of life had come to an end. At the last moment before death, Yi Godlan seemed to have returned to that quiet forest again. He also saw the green butterfly sprite flapping its wings and rushing towards him. Chapter 482. In the silent ward, the only sound that could be heard was the continuous beeping of the ECG monitor. At that moment, Yi Godlan closed his eyes forever. He had given up his studies for his dream and embarked on the path of music at the age of 18. He was undoubtedly a success, but fate played tricks on him. The illness had arrived just as he was about to write his own legend. No matter how optimistic he was, he could not overcome this obstacle. But before he died, Yi Godlan was very satisfied. Before he left this world, he was still humming Butterfly, sending himself off with music. Although he still had some regrets, it was enough for Yi Godlan. At least it was not like what he had imagined a month ago, where he would be dispirited for a month. In the end, he had ignited his passion and sang about his passion and dreams. Such an ending was very satisfying for Yi Godlan. He had reached the end of his journey. It was time to get off. At that moment, a figure slowly appeared in the ward. Even Matsumoto, who was standing in the corridor, did not notice his appearance. In the darkness, the person looked at Yi Godlan for a moment. Then he stepped in front of Yi Godlan and pressed his right palm on Yi Godlan's chest. A faint purple light appeared, and Yi Godlan's body, which was gradually turning cold, became warm again. Then the man slapped his palm on Yi Godlan's forehead. His soul, which had been separated from his body and was about to leave, was slapped back into his body. At that moment, Yi Godlan slowly opened his eyes and saw a man standing in front of him. "Who are you?" Yi Godlan asked in a hoarse voice. "I'm number 2. My master asked me to give you this life-saving medicine." As he spoke, number 2 handed a black pill in his hand to Yi Godlan. Am I not dead?" Yi Godlan asked, a little surprised. "You can be considered dead. But even if you're really dead, my master can still save you." Number 2's words were too unbelievable to Yi Godlan. He could not believe it at all. "Who is your master?" Yi Godlan could not help but ask. "You don't need to know. I've kept this pill. I've only temporarily kept you alive, but the illness in your body has not been cured. If you want to live, eat it." With that, number 2 placed the pill in her hand on Yi Shinlan's chest. Her figure slowly retreated and blended into the darkness. "By the way, don't tell anyone about my existence. Otherwise, I will take back your life." A warning came from the darkness again. Yi Godlan struggled to get up, but he found that he had no strength left in his body. He couldn't support himself at all, but the pain in his body told him that all of this was not an illusion. With trembling hands, Yi Shinlan picked up the black pill on her chest and fell silent. "Is this true?" He looked up into the darkness, but number 2's figure had already disappeared. After a moment of silence, Yi Shinlan suddenly popped the pill into her mouth and swallowed it. So what if it was fake? It was already like this. How bad could it be? The special medicine, made by the almighty Lil Bei Li, exploded in his mouth. Countless balls of energy turned into green guards and slid down his throat, charging toward the cancer cells in Yi Godlan's body. At the same time, they replenished his almost depleted body. At this moment, Yi Shanlan started vomiting blood again. However, this time the blood he spat out was black and emitted a foul smell. Yi Shanlan could not help but frown. After more than 10 minutes, Yi Shanlan stopped vomiting. After vomiting the blood, Yi Shanlan felt his entire body relax. It was as if he had been reborn. The strength in his body also began to gradually recover. This made him feel a little incredulous. He instinctively tried to support his body. This time he did not feel powerless. He did it easily. It was as if all the diseases in his body had faded away. At this moment, the ward door was pushed open. Yi Shinlan looked up and saw Matsumoto looking at him in shock. The cigarette in his mouth fell to the ground as he opened his mouth slightly. How did you? Matsumoto's voice was trembling. Just now, the doctor had told him that Yi Shinlan's vital signs had disappeared from the ward. He was already dead. That was why he had rushed over in a hurry. However, he did not expect to see Yi Shinlan with a ruddy complexion when he opened the door. Matsumoto almost thought that he was hallucinating. Even if Yi Shinlan was not dead, this should not have happened. He still remembered clearly what the doctor had said. Yi Shinlan would not survive the night. Actually, I don't know what happened either. It seems like I've recovered. Yi Shinlan scratched his head and smiled shyly. F***CK. You've resurrected, not recovered. At this moment, Matsumoto could not help but curse. After staring at Yi Shinlan for a moment, Matsumoto suddenly turned around and ran to the doctor who was on duty outside. Next, Yi Shinlan was faced with a series of physical examinations. This time, not only was Matsumoto stunned, but even the doctors in charge of the examination were dumbfounded. The patient, who was obviously not going to survive the night, was in surprisingly good physical condition. He was no different from an ordinary person. In fact, his average value was even better. What the hell? This could no longer be described as a medical miracle. It was completely the resurrection of a dead person. Therefore, the doctor's gazes towards Yi Shinlan gradually became frenzied. It was as if they could see the Nobel Prize in medicine waving at them. However, this was a private hospital. Moreover, Yi Shinlan worked for the owner of the izakaya. Naturally, it was not up to them to decide whether he would be discharged or not. The doctors originally wanted to trick Yi Shinlan into continuing the examination. However, Yi Shinlan knew that he had recovered, so he was naturally unwilling to cooperate. He immediately called Matsumoto and left the ward. When they arrived outside the hospital and got into the car, Matsumoto immediately began to ask questions with a solemn expression. After being warned by the mysterious man who claimed to be number 2, Yi Shinlan naturally did not dare to tell the truth. He only said that he found that his body seemed to be better after he woke up. This explanation was completely unacceptable to Matsumoto, but it seemed like there was no other explanation. Since you have recovered, I have a suggestion. Do you want to hear it? Matsumoto suddenly said after digesting the information Yi Shinlan had given him. What suggestion? Tell me first, what are your plans for the future? Do you want to continue pursuing your music dream? I've already said it's a dream. How can I give up? Yi Shinlan rolled his eyes. Don't tell me you want to go back to being a celebrity. You know you're going to be rich soon. Matsumoto said in shock. It has nothing to do with money, but I won't be a celebrity anymore. I'm going to enter battle online. Without the pain, Yi Shinlan said in a relaxed tone. At this moment he felt comfortable all over, as if he had been reborn. Good idea. So my suggestion is, do you want to hang out with our boss? He's built a guild in battle online. We can play together in the future. Boss is my savior. I can consider this suggestion. Do you want me to bring you to train when we get back? Matsumoto could not help but ask with a smile. No, I'm going to continue practicing singing and create a profession that uses music to fight. I heard that many players in the original server have created new professions. Moreover, there are NPCs that use singing to fight. I'll go and learn them. Why do I feel like your ideas have become unrealistic after you've been revived? Matsumoto was speechless. How would you know if you don't try? What if you succeed? Haha, forget it. I don't want to hurt your feelings. I wish you success. It's a dream. We have to chase it. As the two of them chatted, a red sun appeared on the horizon outside the window. It shone brightly and dyed half of the sky, looking at the slowly rising sun. Matsumoto and Yi Shinran could not help but be stunned. The night was over. The unbearable night had finally seen a new sun. Big Cat, call me the little angel in white from now on. Lil Bei, Li said with a smile while eating the apple that Lu Wu had peeled. Shut up, I was the one who saved you. Lu Wu looked at Lil Bei, Li speechlessly. Bei Li slammed the sofa angrily. I made the medicine. I sent number 2. Lu Wu was not willing to admit defeat. Number 2 was also made by me. Lu Wu was speechless. Eat the apple and stop talking. Lu Wu, who had nothing else to say, could only stuff the apple in his hand into Lil Bei Li's mouth to shut her up. Lu Wu lifted his head to look at the feed from the monitor, and a smile appeared on his face. Then he took out his little notebook and wrote 3 words on it. Name, Yi Shinran remarks. Musical talent, green elf, pet, partner. Foodie, since we've given him his life in advance, should we deduct some of the prizes for his theme song? Lu Wu asked Bei Li with a smile. Bei Li's mouth was bulging as she nodded and said, It cost 120 soul coins to make this pill. Deduct it from his prizes. Deduct 150 soul coins and 30 soul coins as the delivery fee for number 2's errand. Lu Wu said after some thought. That makes sense. Bei Li nodded with a serious face. Then round it up and deduct 200 soul coins. The remaining 50 soul coins will be my production fee. Hence, the 2 of them began to exploit Night Godland's impending reward, one after another, although the deducted fees were not worth mentioning compared to the overall prize. Lu Wu and Lil Bei Li, as the bosses behind the scenes who were meticulous in their calculations, enjoyed it. In fact, the main reason for their happiness was that they saved a player who did not give up on his dream even before he died. They were satisfied with it. As a boss behind the scenes, he did not like to exploit others, nor was he cruel enough. However, Lu Wu felt that he was very happy being a salted fish. He was also willing to treat every player kindly. As for Lil Bei Li, she would naturally support whatever Lu Wu wanted to do. Of course, she would never admit it. Chapter 483. The selection for the theme song of Battle Asia had come to an end. It could be said that there was no suspense at all. Butterfly, created by Yi Shinran, won the championship with an absolute advantage. Under the anticipation of thousands of players, the Battle Asia officials announced the details of the event's rewards. Official, the Battle Asia online theme song selection event has officially ended. We hereby announce the winners and the event rewards. Author, Battle Asia GM content. The Battle Asia online theme song selection has a total of 2,764 songs. The winning song is Butterfly, composed by Night God Mist. Congratulations to the player who has won the event's reward. Please contact the customer service as soon as possible to choose your reward. Theme song selection reward details. 1. 30 million cash. 2. Legendary weapon customization scroll, legendary level 1, special honorary title Devil Spine Songster, soul coin reward. 50,000 Devil Spine Songster, bound special epic title. Title effect 1. The title wearer will recover 5 HP per second. 2. The title wearer will receive a 10% increase in all healing effects. 3. The title wearer will receive a special passive skill, Singer's Light. All AoE skills will have a 50% coverage increase. 4. All attributes plus 2%. The Battle Asia forum was in an uproar when they saw that the rewards included a legendary weapon and an epic special title. Little Angel Jimu. What kind of rubbish reward is this? It's unsightly. I'll definitely choose one. Those who choose to are idiots and idiots. Slamming the table in anger. Crimson Eye Slash. The above commenter is right. Don't be fooled by the prize winner. What can you do with 30 million cash? Isn't it better to buy pork ribs? You'll regret it for the rest of your life if you choose the game reward. Please believe me, sincere eyes. Buddha Brahma. The winner, Please contact me as soon as possible. I'll take your legendary weapon customization scroll and 50,000 soul coins. Name your price. Incarnation of Gargi. The above commenter is fake. Don't believe him. He's just trying to trick you into choosing reward 2 and then disappear. Choose one now. Infu Sadhu. The stupid officials are too much. How could they give such rubbish rewards? What legendary weapon customization? What special title? And just 50,000 soul coins? I don't want any of them. I choose 30 million. Captain Jack, you guys are too much. Actually, the reward given by the stupid officials isn't that bad. But compared to 30 million definitely has some advantages. And that's it. Please make a wise choice, thank you. Mikasa! Upstairs is a group of jealous players. If I choose, then I will definitely choose 30 million, funny. Universe, strong country. Everyone, don't mess around. Let me analyze it for the winner. In our Asia server, a legendary weapon is worth about 1 million in cash. If it's 30 million, you can buy 30 of them. As for an epic title, it's only worth 100 soul coins. You should understand what I'm saying, right? Crayon Shinchan, original server. I'm dying of laughter. Look upstairs. There's a group of orphan players from the Asia server. It's really a happy and harmonious atmosphere in the Asia server's orphanage. Laughing emoji. Eric, Naraka, name a price. I want this custom-made ticket. While the players were discussing, Knight Godlon, the owner of the izakaya, and his assistant, Matsumoto, were excitedly looking at the official post on the computer screen. They could not help but clench their fists. Even the owner of the izakaya did not expect that Knight Godlon could really win the theme song contest in such a weak state. At that time, he was just holding on to the slightest possibility, and Knight Godlon was just one of the many musicians he had invested in. The surprise could be said to be too sudden. Hurry up and contact customer service. Choose reward 2. The izakaya owner immediately said to Knight Godlon excitedly. Knight Godlon smiled and nodded. Although the discussion of the players on the forum suddenly turned to reward 1 today, he was not stupid. Moreover, he had already promised these rewards to the izakaya owner. After exiting the forum, Knight Godlon clicked on the customer service contact function on the official homepage. The customer service pop-up window suddenly appeared. Knight Godlon, is customer service Kuin there? Receive the reward. Customer service number 1. Identity verification required. Please re-enter your account number, password, and face verification. Seeing the reply, Knight Godlon re-entered his account number and password in the pop-up box. At the same time, he aimed his face at the computer camera. Customer service number 1. Verification completed. The winner of the Asia server's theme song. Please choose your reward. Reward 1 or reward 2. Seeing this, Knight Godlon was about to press the option when the izakaya owner next to him said nervously, "Press slowly. Don't press the wrong button." Knight Godlon could not help but want to laugh in his heart. He was already over 50 years old, yet he was still more impatient than him. Thinking of this, he pressed the 2 button on the numeric keypad. Customer service number 1. Selection complete. The reward chosen is reward 2. The reward has been sent to the game. Please go online to receive it. Boss, the reward is here. Knight Godlon turned to look at the izakaya owner and said with a smile, "All right, we'll go online to make the transaction now." The izakaya owner was very excited at this moment. After all, this was a legendary level weapon, and it was a custom-made one. He had only heard of one in the entire Asia server. At his age, money was actually just a string of numbers. To him, getting this weapon was more exciting than earning $1 billion. Knight Godlon nodded, stood up, and walked towards his gaming cabin. "Wait, give me your bank account number first." At this moment, the izakaya owner stopped Knight Godlon. Hearing this, Knight Godlon stopped in his tracks. He knew that the izakaya owner was obviously going to fulfill the previous agreement and transfer the money to him. This money was what he deserved. So Knight Godlon did not hesitate and gave his bank account number. Hearing this, the izakaya owner immediately took out his mobile phone and began to transfer the money. In less than 5 minutes, Knight Godland's mobile phone rang with a text message notification. He picked it up and saw that 400 million had been transferred to his account. Looking at the long string of zeros on the text message, Knight Godlon was a little stunned. Such a huge sum of money, he did not even dare to think about it, but now it was really in his hands. He could not help but feel a little surreal. It was as if all this was a dream. Do you think you're dreaming? That's right, you really died that night, and now you've entered your own dream world. That's why everything is so perfect. Matsumoto, who was at the side, patted Knight Godlon on the shoulder and said with a smile. Hearing this, Knight Godlon rolled his eyes. I'll treat you to dinner tonight. Don't scare me. I've just recovered and my body is weak. I can't take the shock. Okay, I fulfilled my promise. It's your turn. At this time, the izakaya owner said with a smile, I'll wait for you in the game. Knight Godlon smiled slightly. Okay, I'll go home now. Wait for me. The izakaya owner said immediately and turned to leave. After the izakaya owner left, Matsumoto looked at Knight Godlon with a smile and asked, Now that you have such a huge sum of money, what are you going to do with it? Buy soul coins with credit cards. Knight Godlon replied with a serious expression. Hearing this, Matsumoto was stunned. Are you serious? Of course I'm serious. Although there are 50,000 soul coins in the reward of the theme song, they are all bosses, not mine. I'm still poor in the game now, so I have to buy some money. Who said in the past that playing with things will lose one's ambition? Matsumoto could not help but roll his eyes. Ha ha ha! I also said that those who spend hundreds of millions in the game are idiots. But now I regret it. I'm going to spend 100 million on him first. Knight Godlon did not feel embarrassed at all. Instead, he said with a smile, looking at Knight Godland's player with credit cards staring at him, Matsumoto was too lazy to complain. He shook his head and said, Okay, I'm going back. Don't forget about dinner tonight. I'll look for you then. By the way, since your body has recovered, remember to buy a car. I won't be serving you any more. After Matsumoto finished speaking, he did not wait for Knight Godlon to speak. He turned around, waved his hand, and walked away. After Matsumoto left, Knight Godlon was silent for a while. Then he walked to the front of the game cabin and went in sideways. After entering the game, Knight Godlon and the owner of the izakaya added each other as friends. Then, the two of them met in Burning Sky City. Without hesitation, Knight Godlon traded 50,000 soul coins and the private custom-made legendary weapon scroll to the izakaya owner. Of course, the special title could not be traded. Although the izakaya owner was very envious, he did not say much. In fact, he was very satisfied to be able to get these. After saying goodbye to the izakaya owner, Knight Godlon walked toward the silent forest. This time he had money, so he used the teleportation portal to travel. After entering the silent forest, before Knight Godlon could call out to him, Green Shirt's figure suddenly appeared, and then she threw herself into his arms. When Green Shirt raised her head, what appeared in front of Knight Godlon was a beautiful face that was crying. Although there were no words written on her face, Knight Godlon could still read the grievance. Grievance to the point that tears were flowing, grievance to the point that she could not fly, grievance to the point that she could not breathe, looking at the sobbing Green Shirt. Knight Godlon hurriedly comforted her, promised her, and apologized. It took a lot of effort to coax this little butterfly to stop crying. Godlon, sing to coax Green Shirt. At this time, Green Shirt wiped away her tears and said with red eyes. Hearing this, Knight Godlon smiled and rubbed Green Shirt's little head, singing the song that Green Shirt was familiar with. At this moment, Green Shirt's tears turned into a smile. She flapped her wings and began to circle around Knight Godlon, and the faint green crystal light sprinkled down again. After Yi Godlon finished singing, Lu Yi also joined in the singing. listening to Green Shirt's ethereal voice, as well as the notification of the buff, Knight Godlon suddenly became a little lost in thought. This was because he was thinking whether he could learn the way Green Shirt sang or whether he needed to create a singer profession, and whether he could use Green Shirt as a reference. Half a day passed quickly. During this time, while Knight Godlon was thinking about how to create a new profession, he kept Green Shirt by her side and finally coaxed the simple-minded Green Shirt to be happy. As he had an appointment at night, Knight Godlon said goodbye to Green Shirt unwillingly, and then chose to go offline. Returning to reality, Knight Godlon looked at his phone and realized that it was not the appointed time with Matsumoto yet, so he sat on the sofa and pondered. After a moment, he gathered his courage, took out his phone, and made a call. Doob, doob, doob. The call went through, but there was no sound from the other end, as if waiting for him to speak first. Eri, it's me, Knight Godlon. After a moment of silence, Knight Godlon spoke first. Scumbag. The woman's angry voice came from the other end, and then the call was hung up. Knight Godlon. Chapter 484. Time passed day by day. After his body had completely recovered, Yi Godlan's life was full of hope again, and it became very fulfilling. During this period, he would send text messages to his girlfriend, or rather ex-girlfriend, every day to apologize. Yi Godlan felt guilty towards Eri. When he fell from the altar, his life was extremely dispirited. During that time, his girlfriend Eri did not give up on him, but constantly comforted him, hoping that he could pull himself together. Even during the period when he was missing, Eri would often call him, but at that time, Yi Godlan did not want to burden her, so he chose to hang up on Eri's calls. Now it was different. Everything had been restored, and he could live a normal life. Therefore, he wanted to save this relationship with Eri. During this period, Yi Godlan sent text messages to Eri apologizing every day. However, it was very obvious that Eri had not forgiven Yi Shinlan. She had chosen to ignore all of his messages. This undoubtedly made Yi Godlan feel very distressed. On this day, Yi Godlan called Eri again. After the phone was connected, Yi Godlan began to sincerely apologize. This time, Eri did not hang up the phone, but asked angrily, "Why did you always treat me like that before? Why did you treat me like that before? Why did you change now? Also, why didn't you tell me what happened?" Facing the questioning of his ex-girlfriend, Yi Godlan felt bitter. After thinking for a moment, he decided to tell the truth. "Eri, don't be angry. I will tell you the whole truth. Go ahead, I'm listening." Therefore, Yi Godlan told Eri everything about how he was suffering from a terminal illness and was about to die, how he was betrayed by his friends, how he was exploited by his company, and how he had no money to treat his illness and owed a high penalty fee. Since these things had passed, Yi Godlan felt that there was no need to hide it anymore. He felt much better after telling it. "Kamikuin, do you always think I'm stupid? Very gullible." At this time, Eri's cold voice came from the phone. "How is that possible? Eri, how can you think like that?" Yi Godlan replied immediately. "Suffering from a terminal illness? About to die? Then who is on the phone with me now?" Eri said angrily, Listen to my explanation. A few days ago, I was lying in the ward waiting for death, but I suddenly recovered. Really, I'm not lying to you. Really? Then go to hell, Yi Godlan." Patter, beep, beep, beep. The call was hung up again. Yi Godlan felt very tired. "Although I know the truth is hard to believe, can you believe me? I really didn't lie to you. Mother asterisk her, I'm a rich man now. I don't care about my face." Yi Shinlan felt hurt. How infuriating. Hence, the slightly saddened Knight Godlan chose to go online and seek comfort from the little girl in green. The dark forest. By now, Lu Yi was already familiar with Yi Shinlan's aura. Every time Yi Godlan came, she would quickly throw herself into his arms. However, Yi Godlan was against it. After all, he already had an ex-girlfriend. Perhaps he would soon become his current girlfriend. However, Green Robe was too clingy. He couldn't push her away at all. Gradually he compromised. However, other than when Yi Shenlan came, Green Dress would always hide in the forest and would never show her face. She was only this intimate with Yi Shenlan. Over the past few days, Night Godlon had been spending time with Green Shirt, researching how to create a new profession called singer. At this moment, he already had some ideas. The key was in Green Shirt. Unlike Night Godlon, no matter what song Green Dress sang, it would give him a buff. This made Night Godlon very curious. For this reason, he conducted research. He tried to sing with Green Shirt's tone, and even asked Green Shirt for guidance on how to sing. Gradually, Night Godlon figured out some things. The key reason was that Green Shirt was a nature elf. Her singing melded with nature and could trigger natural feedback. And now, Night Godlon had discovered 3 types of nature power that could be triggered by singing. He named them Natural Healing, Natural Amplification, and Nature's Fury. They corresponded to healing, attribute enhancement, and attack. It could be said that Green Shirt had already mastered what Night Godlon needed. In order to create this profession, Night Godlon immersed himself in research for the next few days. He asked Green Shirt to teach him how to comprehend the nature power. Obviously, this talent was innate to Green Shirt. She had no idea how to teach Night Godlon. However, Green Shirt had a way to get close to nature. In the next few days, Green Shirt brought Night Godlon to interact with the plants in the forest. More accurately, it was Night Godlon talking to the plants and flowers. According to Green Shirt, although the plants and flowers could not understand what he said, they could feel his emotions when he spoke. Perhaps Night Godlon could obtain nature's approval and comprehend the heart of nature through interacting with them. Night Godlon was extremely doubtful about this, but he still chose to try it. Therefore, he gradually shut himself off from the interaction. To Night Godlon, playing the lute to a cow was too weak. In comparison, he had to talk to a tree or a flower for half a day every day. Who was better? Who else? After a week of trying, Night Godlon completely gave up. He felt that he was not cut out for it, so he had to think of another way. After this, Night Godlon continued to learn Green Shirt's singing style. However, his singing still could not trigger the nature power. Just as Night Godlon was feeling distressed over this, a game notification sounded in his head. Game notification. Your affinity with Green Shirt has reached the maximum. Would you like to sign a contract and activate the intimacy growth mode? This game notification stunned Night Godlon. He could not help but turn to look at Green Shirt, who was hugging his arm and rubbing against him. Obviously, Green Shirt did not realize this. After thinking for a while, he opened the forum and asked the majority of the players with the attitude of a newbie. With the help of the enthusiastic players, Night Godlon soon understood what signing a contract was all about. According to the players' descriptions, signing a contract meant that the other party would become one's companion or pet. There were many benefits, but the biggest one was that the other party would have the ability to revive after death like the players. This made Night Godlon extremely tempted. He immediately smiled at Green Shirt and said, "Little Green Shirt, do you want to go out and see the world with me?" Hearing this, Green Shirt raised her head and revealed a puzzled expression. "Go out to do what?" Night Godlon thought for a while and said, "To see a wider world and meet more friends." Green Shirt nodded, not fully understanding. "I'll go wherever you go, Night Godlon." Hearing this, Night Godlon smiled and rubbed Green Shirt's little head. At the same time, he confirmed the game notification in his head. Game notification. You have successfully signed a contract with Green Shirt. The target has been changed to a bound NPC. Night Godlon, there are many things in my head. You're a player, Green Shirt said curiously. Night Godlon nodded and was about to speak. At this moment, a ball of light green light appeared in Green Shirt's body. Under Night Godlon's astonished gaze, it burrowed into his body. Game notification. You've obtained the recognition of the Nature Fairy and received the gift of nature. You've obtained Nature's Heart Level 1. Nature's Heart Level 1. Skill details. The power of nature's origin. Nourish all things and comprehend the way of nature. Skill effect. Improves the ability to comprehend the power of nature. Although the concept of this skill was very vague, Knight Godlon was very surprised. The conclusion he had reached from his previous research was that Green Shirt could use her singing to activate the power of nature. He did not expect to obtain it in this way. He thought about what Green Shirt had said before. Talking to the flowers and trees would allow him to comprehend nature and obtain nature's recognition. Knight Godlon was suddenly enlightened. Because Green Shirt also represented nature. She was a nature fairy. She could also give him this ability. Compared to the flowers and trees, Green Shirt's life level was obviously higher. Ha ha ha, Green Shirt, thank you. Knight Godlon could not help but rub Green Shirt's little head angrily. Godlon, why are you so happy? Green Shirt asked curiously. Listen, I'll sing for you. Knight Godlon said with a smile. Okay. Green Shirt immediately raised her hand to express her agreement. The moment she started singing, Knight Godlon's voice was obviously different. It was more ethereal than before. Her voice seemed to come from all directions and blended into nature. At this moment, Green Shirt could not help but widen her eyes. As she sang, a game notification rang in Knight Godlon's mind. Game notification. The song contains the power of nature. The power of nature's feedback is healing. It covers a radius of 60 meters. All allies within the range will recover 15 health points per second. Game notification. The area of effect skill has received the blessing of the special title Devil Spine Singer. The area of effect is increased by 50%. After the song, Knight Godlon could not help but laugh, because he knew that he had found the way to create this class. What he needed to do next was to classify the different force of nature feedback triggered by different songs and standardize them. At this moment, Green Shirt, who was flapping her wings and floating in the air, widened her eyes. Godlon, you did it! Yes, I did it. Knight Godlon smiled happily. He was filled with a sense of accomplishment. Yeah, awesome. Green Shirt immediately jumped into Knight Godlon's arms. She seemed to be happier than Knight Godlon. Knight Godlon patted Green Shirt's little head. Just as he was about to ask Green Shirt about the specific classification of the force of nature, the game notification rang again. Game notification. Create a new class. You can name it Note. Do not give up after choosing. This class has no systematic growth path. Everything is up to the player to explore. Please choose carefully. Knight Godlon was stunned when he saw the game notification. Then he was overjoyed. When he first decided to create a new class, no one believed him, including the Izakaya boss and Matsumoto. But this time he really succeeded. Yes, without any hesitation, Knight Godlon chose to confirm and named the new class, Elven Singer. At this moment, the server notification rang in the minds of all the players in the Devil's Spine continent. Server notification. Congratulations to player Knight Godlon for successfully creating a new class, Elven Singer. Obtained a hidden reward of 500 bound soul coins. At this moment, the players in the Asia server were excited because of Knight Godlon. To the players, creating a new class was more difficult than obtaining an inherited class. It had nothing to do with strength. This was because it was one of the highest achievements that the players could achieve at this stage of the game. It was also a symbol of personal strength. Chapter 485. In the past few days, the Asia server, which was initially viewed as the weakest by the other 3 servers, shone brightly. This was because a person, Knight Godlon, had appeared in the Asia server, who was admired by all the players in the server. Only 2 players from the original server, who were widely acknowledged to have the most cheaters, were able to create a new class. One of them was the Devil King, who was widely acknowledged to be the most destructive in the entire server, and the other was the Puppet Master, Tang Mu. The third person to create a new class was Knight Godlon. Such an achievement made all the players in the Asia server proud. Although the server was launched late, they were only second to the original server in terms of creating new classes. This made them very proud. The three elements of acting cool in real life. How are my relatives? How are my friends? How are my classmates? The three elements of acting cool for battle players. How are our server? How are our guild? How are our cheaters? Knight Godland's achievement made many players in the Asia server proud. It was also because of Knight Godland's achievement that the players had a new direction of research on the gameplay of the game. That was how to create a new class. Very soon, strategies for creating new classes appeared in the forum. The professional players had categorized these guides into different categories. The most famous one was the system of creating new musical classes led by Knight Godlon, such as musician, flute player, eru, chime, guzheng, etc. There were even players who suggested piano. In short, the players were brainstorming in order to create new classes. There were countless strategies in the forum. Of course, all these were just strategies. Many players only gave a direction, but as for how to create it in practice, none of the players had a clue. However, it was good to have a direction first. Who knows? They might come up with something in the process. This was what all the players thought. For a time, other than the Naraka server, the experts in the other three servers started researching on how to create new classes. Due to the different growth system in the Naraka server, the players in the other three servers were not as enthusiastic about creating new classes as the players in the other three servers. To the players in the Naraka server, they were actually creating new classes every day. With the addition of the artificial intelligence Ike, with its supercomputing power, various assembly drawings of new mecha appeared like mushrooms after the rain. There were tens of thousands of combinations of various weapons and different power components. To them, other than the new class certification by the officials, their server had created the most new classes. Of course, the players of the other three servers wouldn't admit this. In the eyes of the players from the original server, the European server, and the Asian server, the modification of the Naraka server's mecha was carried out on the basis of the initial three main classes. It was different from creating a completely new class. Although the four servers were all player factions, they were all competitors, and fighting against each other was a daily occurrence. When it came to comparing the various aspects of the war, they had always adopted a strict academic attitude and debated with each other on various forums. In short, there was only one core idea. Our faction is the strongest. Our faction's potential is also the strongest. The rest of your factions are all trash. Just as the players of the four major servers were debating over this, a server-wide announcement appeared, drawing the attention of the players to the new announcement. Server-wide announcement, a new life occupation, Demonic Chef is officially open. The servers are open to the local server, European server, and Asian server. Server-wide announcement. Due to the different growth models in the Naraka server, the new life profession will be Energy Alchemist. The appearance of this notice immediately suppressed the uproar of the players. All the players were excited. That was because a life profession meant a lot of soul coins and a bright future. Whether it was in reality or in the game, there was definitely unfairness. For example, the Tycoon players could top up their credit cards, but this unfairness was also based on the fact that they were unfair in reality. However, there were many opportunities to make a comeback in the war. Apart from those illusory opportunities, hard work was also an important factor. Even the craftsmanship that could not create a huge amount of wealth in reality could also be used in the game. This was also an ability that many Tycoon players did not possess. For example, some of the branded food that was selling well in the game's auction house at the current stage were the wealth created in the game by the players who had cooking skills in reality. In the battle game, the fastest shortcut for the idle players to make a comeback other than the unattainable inherited classes and hidden classes, was to change to a life profession. This was too important for the players. At this moment, white lights flashed continuously in the mansion of the dead in Baki. They were the players who had returned through the teleportation point. After knowing that a new round of life professions had been opened, the players knew that a new opportunity had arrived. In the previous 2 rounds, the players who successfully changed their classes, regardless of whether it was an apothecary or blacksmith, had gained a lot. Many players had even risen from the bottom to the core players of the guild. Naturally, the players did not want to miss this opportunity. They were all eager to try and wait for the specific event to start. At this moment, on the life profession menu, the demonic chef class that was originally in a gray state had been lit up. Demonic chef, life profession introduction. Demonic chef can use special methods to see the spiritual nodes in spiritual ingredients or spiritual meat. Using cooking methods, these nodes can be rearranged. While cooking delicious food, they can also maximize the effectiveness of spiritual ingredients or spiritual meat. Profession change requirements. In this trial of demonic chef, become the first batch of demonic chefs to change their profession after ranking in the top 10,000. As the players waited excitedly, the trial menu appeared, and the detailed requirements of the trial appeared in front of the players. Demonic chef trial requirements. The trial will last for 5 days. During this period, all applicants will receive the trial tools: Demonic Chef Knife, Demonic Chef Pot, Demonic Chef Beginner's Handbook, hardcover, Demonic Chef Spiritual Energy, matching handbook, beginner. Trial note: the scope of demonic chef's cooking is not limited to the use of tools. Any food can be prepared in one's own way. Trial note 2: players who have already changed their profession to alchemist will not be able to participate in this event. After the start of the trial, the players had the same attitude. No matter how difficult it was, they would sign up first. In an instant, the number of applicants on the trial menu had exceeded 10 million in just 5 minutes, and the number was still rising. All the players who had successfully signed up also received 2 handbooks and the special tools for the trial of Demonic Chef. Battle Online had given the players the best explanation of the joy and pain of learning. If they wanted to learn, they had to learn well. There were no shortcuts. At this moment, the players could only curse the inhumane officials in their hearts for depriving them of their time to play the game so that they could learn. There was no way they could resist. However, with the previous example, the players also understood the characteristics of all the life professions in Battle Online. Because these professions were self-contained, they were not template life professions. In fact, some aspects could even be combined with reality and were not fabricated. The players were already used to the rigor of Battle Online. However, their hearts were still filled with resentment. Some players were even playing Battle Online in the gaming room at this moment. The hourly internet fee was not low, and the feeling of studying hard in the gaming room made these players feel like they were retarded. However, they had no power to resist against the life professions. There was no other way but to compromise. There were even players who maliciously speculated that the stupid officials might have prepared a library full of books for them to study. After all, there were so many unreleased life professions. To many players, this was entirely possible. Only the Battle Online players could understand this kind of sadness. However, the moment the trial began, every player who participated in the trial stopped complaining on the forum and entered the state of learning. It was a familiar scene. At this moment, the players who were fighting outside all looked like scholars. For example, the berserker at the corner of the street, who was carrying a bloodied axe and reading hard with a frown on his face, for example. The sorcerer under the street lamp, who was buffed by Soul Devourer. Another example was the assassin player who was standing by the fountain with the Avicii demon god activated. The atmosphere was peaceful. The sound of reading could be heard from the streets and alleys of the Mansion of the Dead. Even from the roofs and sewers at this moment, nothing was more important than reading. To the players, as long as they could endure these 5 days and successfully change their profession to demonic chef, they would have a lot of good days waiting for them in the future. Even if it was tough, it would only be tough for 5 days. Of course, there were exceptions, such as the players who had changed their profession to apothecary. They were very calm, smiling at the players who were studying hard. They felt like they were the brightest players in Beiki at this moment, independent and professional. Moreover, they did not think that these 5 days of hard work could change their fate. As the first batch of life professions players, they had a deep understanding of what it meant by endless learning. In the beginning, they thought that after a few days of hard work, the good days were coming. However, the subsequent apothecary books could be stored in the library. The endless learning in Battle Online was not a joke. Even these apothecary players could not understand how free the people behind the scenes of Battle Online were. They had been learning the apothecary profession for almost a year, yet they had only scratched the surface. There was endless knowledge waiting for them to practice and learn. If this stupid official had the time, wouldn't it be better to research on how to give away soul coins? However, what these players did not know was that Lu Wu did not want to do so. After all, these systems originally existed in the underworld. The subsequent advancement needed to be understood and explored by oneself, and it was not something that he could decide. As the person behind the scenes, all he could do was guide them. The reason why the apothecary players were not allowed to participate in the demonic chef trial was because the amount of knowledge that an apothecary needed to learn was already huge. A part-time demonic chef would cause a lot of things to happen. In order to create the immortal calamity army of the players, so that they could develop in many aspects and become omnipotent, Lu Wu had put in a lot of effort. However, this was what these bastard players were thinking every day. When will the stupid official start the soul coin giving event? When will the stupid official start the artifact giving event? When will the stupid official start the hidden profession? To Lu Wu, these players were simply daydreaming. They were not motivated at all and only knew that there was a free lunch in the sky. Would there be a free lunch in the sky? Would there be? Thinking of this, Lu Wu glanced at Bei Li, who was munching on her snacks beside him. Not at all. Humans still have to rely on their own hard work. Take me, for example. All of this is because of my hard work. It has nothing to do with anyone else. Hey, big cat, why do you keep looking at me? At this moment, Bei Li suddenly glanced at Lu Wu. It's okay, eat your food. Chapter 486. With the opening of the demonic chef trial, a large number of players rushed in to register. 10,000 seemed like a lot, but it was nothing compared to the number of players. Spread out, each player had less than a 1 in 10,000 chance. This kind of competition was undoubtedly fierce. However, with the previous example, the life profession was too good for the players. Give up? Giving up was impossible. Learning was the way to go. Moreover, everyone's starting point was the same, so the gap would not be too big. Even if some players were excellent chefs in real life, they would not have much of an advantage when it came to learning the profession of demonic chef. That was because the most important thing for a demonic chef was the combination and application of the spiritual energy contained in the ingredients. It was not as simple as cooking delicacies. For example, if the ingredient was a poisonous spiritual fish, in the hands of a demonic chef, he could easily rearrange the poisonous spiritual energy in the spiritual fish to make it delicious and non-poisonous. Or he could retain the taste of the ingredient while removing the impurities. As a demonic chef, the most important thing for a demonic chef was to have control over all the minute aspects of the ingredients. In the entire underworld, a demonic chef had to be a great chef who was good at cooking delicacies. However, a great chef who could only cook delicacies did not necessarily get the title of demonic chef. This was the huge difference in the control of the ingredients. In other words, any ingredient with spiritual energy, even shit, could be turned into delicacies by a demonic chef. This was a demonic chef who could control the laws of spiritual energy. If an alchemist's ability was to combine and refine spiritual ingredients to increase the efficacy of the medicine, then a demonic chef's ability was to maximize the efficacy of a single ingredient, even to 100%. At this moment, in the Mansion of the Dead. With the opening of the demonic chef profession trial, a large number of players were holding the introductory demonic chef books and studying hard. There were also many players studying in groups, discussing the contents of the books together and improving together, and the forum was filled with a strong learning atmosphere. There were even players who had begun to try out the hundreds of spiritual energy arrangements recorded in the introductory books, trying to make ingredients. After all, the last stage of the trial was definitely practice. The players were racking their brains because it was not enough to just memorize the content. Practice was the most important part. In other words, at the same time as memorizing, one must also be able to understand. Just relying on rote memorization would not work. As a game with war as its main theme, the players felt that it was too much to treat them this way. According to a certain player, he was a butcher in real life. He used to love fighting and killing when he played games. However, ever since he started playing Battle, he had memorized several books as thick as dictionaries, and he even understood them. He didn't know if he should be happy or sad, but he still felt that this game was too much. That was because he had memorized so many books, yet he had not obtained a single special life profession. Studying really broke his heart. However, it was precisely because of this content that the game became more substantial and felt more like a second world. And there was only one source of the players' resentment. The damned officials were too much of a scam. Not only was it a scam, but it was also stingy. Every time the life profession was given out, the players would feel a sense of urgency every time the life trial started. Was this something a human would do? But no matter what, not a single player would give up this opportunity, even if it was only 1 in 10,000. At the end of the day, it was really fragrant, extremely fragrant. At this moment, in the mansion of the underworld, the figure of a player emerged from the teleportation point in the central plaza. He looked around and found players holding books everywhere. They were either sitting or lying down, and some were even lying on their stomachs. The postures of studying could be said to be all kinds of strange and bizarre. However, Mo Xiaoxin was already familiar with the scene in front of him, so he naturally did not find it strange. After walking out of the teleportation point, he clicked on the Friends panel, selected the profile picture of his biological mother, Mo Lanlan, and clicked the call button. After waiting for a few seconds, the voice chat was connected. Mo Xiaoxin instantly heard the roar of a monster coming from the other side, and a helpless expression appeared on his face. "What, my dear son? If you have something to say, hurry up and say it. I'm busy." Mo Lanlan's voice came from the voice chat channel, and it made Mo Xiaoxin's heart ache again. Why is my mother so different from others? Mom, the demonic chef profession is open. Why didn't you come to participate? Mo Xiaoxin immediately asked. Study? I won't study, not in this lifetime. That Hades don't run. Take my mountain-crushing strike. Mo Lanlan's delicate shout was heard, and then Mo Xiaoxin heard a dull thud. Mom, you clearly have such good culinary skills. Can't you be a little more ambitious? I think you can do it. Mo Xiaoxin could not help but raise his voice. Can't do it, my ass. Even your grandparents can't let your mom study. Who are my grandparents? Mo Xiaoxin hurriedly asked. Don't ask. If you ask, you'll die. I really want to know which man was with you and gave birth to me. How could he stand an internet addict like you? Mo Xiaoxin let out a long sigh, looking depressed. That's why he's dead. Mo Lanlan replied calmly. Mo Xiaoxin, he actually could not refute that Mo Xiaoxin was racking his brain for having such a biological mother. Ever since her biological mother started playing Conquest, she did nothing but wield her machete and kill from morning to night, from the entrance of the Ghost Mountains to the end of the Ghost Mountains. According to his biological mother, this was the ultimate joy of the game, killing. She would not be happy if she did not kill her way through the Ghost Mountains a few times every day. She did not like to browse the forums or read guides. All she did was kill monsters, almost to the point of being possessed. She was even more ferocious than the monsters in the forums. Her determination to kill monsters scared Mo Xiaoxin. He was afraid that his biological mother would kill monsters in his sleep one day. Mo Xiaoxin did not have much hope for himself in the opening of the demonic chef trial, but he had high hopes for his biological mother. Although this biological mother of his was a complete internet addict who lacked electroconvulsive therapy, even Mo Xiaoxin had to admit that she was a master when it came to culinary skills. After living for so many years and eating so many delicacies, Mo Xiaoxin could say that he had never eaten food that was better than his biological mother's cooking. Therefore, in Mo Xiaoxin's opinion, his biological mother had a high chance of entering the top 10,000 of the trial. However, his biological mother's attitude was still that of mud can't help a wall. She was still immersed in the pleasure of killing and could not extricate herself. As a filial son, Mo Xiaoxin was exasperated that his biological mother did not meet his expectations. "Mom, don't you want to become powerful? Hurry up and come back to endorse me. When you become a demonic chef, you will have a lot of money to buy equipment." "I already have money." Mo Lanlin's voice came. "Where did you get the money?" Mo Xiaoxin was stunned. "I got it by selling you. I'm waiting for the price to go up. I'm dying of waiting. I'm so bitter." Mo Xiaoxin was speechless. "Biological mother, can you not bring this up? Raising a son for old age, raising a son for old age. I'm so happy to have such a valuable son like you." At this moment, Mo Xiaoxin was about to go crazy. So what if he dominated the forums and challenged the 4 great servers? Facing his biological mother, he felt that he was always at a disadvantage and could not fight back. "Mom, I think you should find a man. If no one keeps you in check, you will really go out of control." Mo Xiaoxin gritted his teeth. "Do men have games to play? They don't, ha ha ha." Mo Lanlin's arrogant laughter came. "Play, play, play. The man has already run away and you still want to play? Aren't you afraid that your son will run away too?" Mo Xiaoxin could not help but scold. "You want to run away from home?" "Yes." "Ha ha ha. Actually, I've been looking forward to this day for a long time. Now I can finally be alone, carefree and happy. Back then, I wanted to throw you into the trash can several times, but I resisted. In the end, raising you exhausted me, and I regretted it more than once." Mo Lanlan said with a maniacal laugh. Not only did she not feel uneasy, but she also seemed very surprised. Mo Xiaoxin was speechless. Mo Xiaoxin could only use one word to describe his biological mother's personality, and that was unfathomable. She had no flaws, no weaknesses. Ever since he was young, she had always suppressed him. If he dared to oppose her, she would beat him up. If he dared to disobey, she would beat him up. He had grown up in this kind of motherly love since he was a child. "Oh, right, remember to leave behind the reward money before you run away from home. This is my pension." Mo Lanlin's voice came again. Mo Xiaoxin was speechless. "Biological mother, can't you listen to me for once? Come here and study hard. I'll accompany you, and when you successfully obtain the qualification for class advancement, you'll be grateful to me." Mo Xiaoxin, who was unwilling to give up, tried to persuade her again. Get lost, study? I'd rather die. Is there anything else? If not, don't disturb me while I'm farming monsters. My pace has slowed down a lot today, and I still have to go back and forth." Mo Lanlin's disdainful voice came from the live chat channel. "Mom." This time Mo Xiaoxin's voice was hung up before he could finish a sentence. Mo Xiaoxin felt very tired as he looked at the notification of the disconnection. At this moment, he finally understood why his biological mother never told him any of her relatives' contact details. The biggest possibility was that this biological mother did not want to be disciplined at this moment. Mo Xiaoxin even suspected that his biological father might still be alive because of his biological mother's personality. He ran away, leaving him to accompany his biological mother to live a hard life. Mo Xiaoxin suddenly felt resentment toward this biological father of his who might or might not be alive. You let me bear such a life alone. You're really a piece of sh*t. However, he was unwilling to let Mo Xiaoxin give up just like that. Thus, he turned around and returned to the teleportation circle in the mansion of the Dead's central plaza. He chose to teleport, and after the interface appeared, he clicked on Ghost Mountains. This time, he decided to persuade his mother personally and ruthlessly brainwash her so that she would realize her mistake and mend her ways. After a brief daze, the teleportation ended, and a lush forest appeared in front of Mo Xiaoxin. The name of Ghost Mountains appeared briefly before quickly disappearing. Mo Xiaoxin waved his staff and released Wind Travel spell. White air swirled around him as he quickly headed toward the Ghost Mountains. After a few hours of rushing, Mo Xiaoxin's figure appeared in the center of the Ghost Mountains. At this moment, he opened his friend list and chose to team up with his biological mother. A moment later, the team request was accepted. After learning his biological mother's coordinates through the team message, Mo Xiaoxin waved a staff and rushed toward her with a murderous aura. Chapter 487. At the back of the Ghost Mountains. After learning his mother's specific coordinates, Mo Xiaoxin finally arrived at the area where his mother was. At this moment, Mo Lanlan was fighting with an iron zombie produced by the Ghost Mountains. Mo Lanlan's sharp saber technique and vigorous figure made her look like a fierce general on the battlefield. She was not inferior to any man, and her combat skills were extremely skilled. The iron zombie was unable to fight back and was being played around by her, based on combat skills alone. Even Mo Xiaoxin had to admit that his mother was an expert in combat. This was also something that he was extremely confused about. His biological mother looked weak in real life, so how could she be so strong in the game? At this time, the battle was coming to an end. Mo Lanlan suddenly jumped up and slashed the iron zombie with her saber, sending it flying. Its body shattered in the air, and a large number of gold, experience, and blue soul coins. Light spots appeared and flowed into her body. Mo Lanlan smoothly sheathed her saber and turned to Mo Xiaoxin, who appeared not far away. She showed a look of disdain on her mother's face. "Mother, is this your farewell before running away from home? I know. Go. A man's ambition is to travel far. Good job." Mo Xiaoxin suddenly felt pain in his heart again. "Mother, I think we should sit down and have a heart-to-heart talk. I think there's a gap between us. No need. Run away from home, quickly. Don't let me look down on you." Mo Lanlan's face was full of smiles, but her words were like a knife stabbing into Mo Xiaoxin's heart. "I'm not leaving," Mo Xiaoxin replied guiltily. "TSK, just as I expected. With your character, it's already a blessing from your ancestors if you don't get beaten to death." Mo Lanlan's smile widened. "Mother, don't hurt your son, okay? You're really going to be autistic." Hearing this, Mo Lanlan's face showed a look of disdain again. "You can't take it anymore? Look at you. Tell me, what do you want from me? If you want me to go back to school, I advise you to give up. Mother, why won't you listen to me just this once? As long as you grasp this opportunity, your days in the future will become very fulfilling. You will be able to learn a lot of knowledge and come into contact with a lot of friends." Mo Xiaoxin said through gritted teeth. "You want me to listen to you? Sure, but you have to beat me first." With that, Mo Lanlan pulled out her machete provocatively and waved it at Mo Xiaoxin. Hearing this, Mo Xiaoxin looked at the staff in his hand, then at his mother in armor, and couldn't help but nod. "All right, let's duel. As long as I win, you will listen to me. Come on, I'll let you make the first move." Mo Lanlan picked her ears impatiently. Upon hearing that, Mo Xiaoxin immediately waved his staff and began to summon the Skeleton Legion. At the same time, he cast a buff on himself. After a while, Mo Xiaoxin was surrounded by buffs of various colors, and a skeletal warrior appeared beside him. "Are you done?" Mo Lanlan looked at Mo Xiaoxin and asked, "Come." Hearing that, Mo Lanlan's figure suddenly flashed, and she quickly rushed toward Mo Xiaoxin. The machete in her hand was enchanted with golden light, turning into a golden battle blade. Facing the oncoming skeleton legion, Mo Lanlan's speed did not slow down. The golden battle blade swung between her left and right hands, as if a golden dragon was circling around her, cutting down the skeletal warriors. Seeing that, Mo Xiaoxin waved his staff and cast slow control, spreading poison mist and entanglement control on his mother. Mo Lanlan immediately roared and activated Zombie Ba's defense to be immune to the control skills. Then, her right arm suddenly turned red, and a smile appeared in her eyes as she grabbed at Mo Xiaoxin. Vitality kill. His vitality surged, and countless blood mists formed around Mo Xiaoxin, pulling him and causing him to stagger. The explosive skill that he had been accumulating was interrupted instantly. When he raised his head, he found that his mother was already beside him, and a machete was placed on his neck. "My dear son, your skills are too lousy." Mo Lanlan looked disdainful. I don't like to fight, and my equipment isn't as good as yours." Mo Xiaoxin felt his heart ache when he said that. "Sai, your parents are so talented in fighting. But why can't you do the same when you were born? Could it be that you were mistaken when you were born?" Mo Lanlan sheathed the machete, rubbed her chin, and said in confusion, "My father is talented in fighting? Who is my father?" Mo Xiaoxin quickly seized the opportunity to ask, "You heard wrong. I picked you up." Mo Lanlan denied immediately. "Tell me, who is my father? I want to complain to him, and I want him to control you." Mo Xiaoxin asked again, unwilling to give up. "Don't ask or you'll die." Mo Lanlan turned around in disdain and walked toward the end of the ghost mountains. Seeing that, Mo Xiaoxin hurriedly followed. "Dear mother, I've grown up. It's time to tell me the truth. Are you the eldest daughter of some super family? Then you eloped with a man for love and gave birth to me." Hearing that, Mo Lanlan stopped and turned to look at Mo Xiaoxin as if he was an idiot. "Did you drink too much?" Mo Xiaoxin: "Otherwise, why won't you tell me the truth?" "The truth is that your father ate, drank, and gambled, owed countless debts, and finally chose to commit suicide, leaving only your old mother to raise you. As for your grandparents, they really died before you were born." Looking at the dumbfounded Mo Xiaoxin, Mo Lanlan continued, "Isn't the truth very cruel and unacceptable? See, this is the reason why I won't tell you. As for the super family, what the hell are you talking about? If I had the money, I would have used it all to top up the game. Why would I wait for you to inherit it?" Mo Xiaoxin received another critical hit. Thinking about it carefully, he felt that with his mother's personality, it was really possible that she would go bankrupt to top up the game. "I don't believe it," Mo Xiaoxin said weakly. "Your mother wouldn't lie to you. After all, you're my adopted son. Accept the truth." Mo Lanlan walked to Mo Xiaoxin's side and patted him on the shoulder. A mother's love was so great that Mo Xiaoxin was once again moved to tears. He almost cried out loud, seeing his mother walking away again, ready to start her journey of killing monsters. Mo Xiaoxin raised his head and shouted at his mother's back, "Mother, stop right there. Let's go." Mo Lanlan said without looking back, "Follow me to the mansion of the dead and study hard. Get lost. Your head. Get lost." Looking at his mother's receding back, Mo Xiaoxin felt so weak and wronged. After a while, Mo Xiaoxin raised his head and gritted his teeth. "I don't believe that I can't subdue you." After saying that, he opened the forum, clicked on the bounty section, and threw all his belongings onto it. Bounty: kill player Mo Lanlan. Bounty: 6,300 soul coins. Kill count: 3. Sponsor: Mo Xiaoxin. Target player's coordinates Ghost Mountains XXX. XXX requirements. Assassin at least 3-star. Reward for each kill. 2,100 soul coins bounty status. Already listed on the bounty list, no one is accepting. This time, Mo Xiaoxin made up his mind. He had to cure his mother's internet addiction and let her know what despair was. Although his heart ached for the soul coins, Mo Xiaoxin felt that his mother would not be able to control her if this went on. He had to curb her unscrupulous thoughts. Then, Mo Xiaoxin waited, hoping that little Pomelo's family would accept the bounty. After all, among the assassins in the bounty section, little Pomelo's family was undoubtedly the best in terms of killing efficiency and success rate. That was why he limited the requirements for accepting the bounty to assassins at least 3-star. Moreover, the bounty he offered was not low. This money was exchanged for the spiritual fish that he fished for a long time. After a while, his bounty was accepted by a player. Forum notification. Bounty has been accepted. Accepted player, Ao Jian. What the F***CK boss? Mo Xiaoxin was extremely excited when he saw that the person who accepted the bounty was Ao Jian. How could he not know Ao Jian's strength after spending a lot of time in the forum? If little Pomelo's family was considered an assassination, then Ao Jian's attack was an open kill, using his absolute strength to kill the target. Compared to little Pomelo's family, Ao Jian's killing effect was undoubtedly better for Mo Xiaoxin. After all, Ao Jian was a head-on kill, which could let his mother experience the suppression of force and despair. However, Ao Jian usually did not accept bounty orders, so Mo Xiaoxin did not think of him. However, he did not expect such a coincidence. He felt that the time to punish his mother had finally arrived. At this time, a notification appeared on his friend list. Mo Xiaoxin immediately clicked agree, and then a dialog box popped up. Ao Jian, are the coordinates correct? Mo Xiaoxin, come quickly, I'm teaming up with the target. I'll provide real-time information, waiting for you. Ao Jian, I've already teleported to the Ghost Mountains, I'll be there soon. Mo Xiaoxin waited with anticipation. After about 2 hours, a sword shadow approached and came to his side. Is that you? Ao Jian, who was carrying 9 spiritual swords on his back, said indifferently. It's me. Follow me. She's not far away. Mo Xiaoxin quickly replied. Ao Jian nodded, then quickly followed Mo Xiaoxin to the coordinates provided by him and headed towards Mo Lanlan. On the way, Mo Xiaoxin kept urging Ao Jian to suppress the target ruthlessly. It was best not to kill her quickly, otherwise it would be boring. Ao Jian, on the other hand, looked indifferent and did not respond. After a while, Mo Xiaoxin and Ao Jian finally caught up with Mo Lanlan, who was moving forward. Mother, the son you picked up has sent you a big gift. Mo Xiaoxin said excitedly as he looked at his mother's back. Mo Lanlan did not look back, but raised her middle finger and shook it behind her. Mother, you definitely can't beat the opponent this time. Mo Xiaoxin continued to shout. Mo Lanlan, who was impatient, finally turned around after hearing that. However, when she saw Ao Jian standing beside Mo Xiaoxin, her body could not help but tremble. At this time, Mo Xiaoxin pointed at Mo Lanlan and said to Ao Jian beside him, it's her, please beat her to death cruelly. However, what made Mo Xiaoxin dumbfounded was that Ao Jian did not make a move. Instead, he stood in the same place, and his body was obviously trembling. At this moment, Ao Jian's face was full of disbelief. He looked at Mo Lanlan and said with a trembling voice, aren't you dead? F***CK, your mother. At that time you said that I only knew how to play games and then said that I wanted to pursue swordsmanship. Now tell me, what are you doing? You're F***king, playing games. F***CK, you're Ao Jian's 18 generations of ancestors. At this moment, Mo Lanlan looked extremely agitated and had already pulled out her machete. Meanwhile, Mo Xiaoxin was dumbfounded. What the F asterisk CK is going on? My mother and Ao Jin know each other? Are they enemies? Chapter 488. The sudden acquaintance made Mo Xiaoxin sprain his waist, especially when he saw that his old mother, who was indifferent to everything, had an emotional fluctuation at this moment. And Mo Xiaoxin instantly imagined a melodramatic love story, one that ended with abandonment after having intercourse. However, after thinking about it carefully, he suddenly looked horrified. If it's really love, then Mo Xiaoxin couldn't breathe due to the suffocating imagination. At this moment, Mo Lanlan had already pulled out her machete and slashed at Ao Jin angrily. With a flash of golden light, a 3-meter-long blade appeared and slashed at Ao Jin's body, sending him flying. However, Mo Lanlan, who was still not satisfied, followed closely and slashed again. This time, the spiritual swords on Ao Jin's back automatically protected its master. 9 spiritual swords flew to Ao Jin's chest at the same time, blocking Mo Lanlan's slash and then bouncing her off. Lanlan, aren't you dead? Ao Jin asked in a trembling voice as he landed on the ground. Mo Lanlan didn't answer. She stepped forward again and slashed at Ao Jin with her sword energy. However, in the face of the powerful Ao Jin, no matter how Mo Lanlan attacked, she couldn't break through his defense. Lanlan, tell me what happened. Ao Jin asked again after he waved his hand to manipulate the spiritual swords to block Mo Lanlan's blade. Dead? How could you abandon us so cruelly? I'll make you regret and suffer for the rest of your life, Mo Lanlan said fiercely. Hearing this, Mo Xiaoxin gasped. Mother, he's the father who ate, drank, gambled, owed countless debts, and finally committed suicide. Bah, he's not your father. Mo Lanlan turned to look at Mo Xiaoxin and scolded. Bah, he's not your biological father. Mo Lanlan turned to look at Mo Xiaoxin and scolded. It could be seen that Mo Xiaoxin's eyebrows were indeed somewhat similar to his. He immediately came to Mo Xiaoxin's side and waved his sword to stab Mo Xiaoxin. In Mo Xiaoxin's astonished expression, the spiritual sword brushed past his wrist. While Mo Xiaoxin was shocked, the spiritual sword brushed past his wrist. After standing firm, Ao Jin's finger gently wiped the blood hanging on the tip of the sword. His face showed a horrified expression again. There's a weak sword essence in his blood. He's my son. F asterisk CK. Uncle Ao Jin, don't scare me. You almost scared me out of my heart. Mo Xiaoxin was stunned. He's not your son. I had him with someone else. Mo Lanlan shouted angrily again, looking extremely irritable. The bloodline of the Ao clan has sword flowing in our bodies. It's been there since the moment we were born. How could it be fake? Ao Jin looked at Mo Xiaoxin, his voice trembling. F asterisk CK, this is a game. How can you take it seriously? I said he's not. Mo's face, said Mo. The villagers told me that you gave birth to a daughter. Ao Jin turned around to look at Mo Lanlan with a complicated expression. Mo was Mo's A is your daughter. Is Ao Jin said, Mo, so this is also a lie made up by you. All of you are still alive. Ao Jin seemed to be very emotional. When he left, it was exactly when Mo Lanlan was 4 months pregnant, and once he left, he never returned. He completely fell into a state of obsession with practicing the sword, and only when he was completely defeated by Wu Qing did he return. Only at that time did he know that Mo Lanlan and the child had died. All of this was heard from others, and he also saw the mother and daughter's tombstones with his own eyes. At that moment he was disheartened, but he never expected that all of this was fake. Obviously, all of this was planned by Mo Lanlan, and her goal was to make him feel regret and pain. Lanlan, I was wrong. At that time, I was obsessed with the sword for the sake of revenge. I'm sorry, Mother, tell me the truth. I can't take it anymore. This is too melodramatic. The truth is, he's not your father. Your father ate, drank, and gambled. He owed countless debts and committed suicide a long time ago. Emo Lanlan glared at Emo Xiaoxin. Really? Emo Xiaoxin showed a doubtful expression. You are my son, the son of Ao Jian. There's no doubt about it. Ao Jian continued. The family relationship was too complicated, and Emo Xiaoxin was almost suffocating. Although his mother had always joked that he was adopted, Emo Xiaoxin never cared. Anyway, his mother was his mother. Even if he was adopted, she was still his mother. But now he might have a father, and the other party was Ao Jian, the person who he often dissed in the forum. This made it hard for him to digest. Mother, I remember you said that you and your father were very powerful. How did you give birth to a weakling like me? Emo Xiaoxin looked at Emo Lanlan and said weakly. Emo Lanlan was angry when she heard that. What did I say? If you want to acknowledge this, father, then do it. Don't bother me. After saying that, Emo Lanlan suddenly chose to go offline. Seeing this, Ao Jian immediately took a step forward. But before he could touch Emo Lanlan, she had already turned into a black fog and went offline. His face suddenly showed a look of regret. At this time, he turned to look at Emo Xiaoxin, who was still in a state of shock. The two of them stared at each other. Don't look at me. I'm having a headache now. Whether you are my father or not, my mother has the final say. Emo Xiaoxin was still in shock and could not extricate himself for a long time. Your name is Emo Xiaoxin, right? Ao Jian squeezed an awkward smile on his face. Yes, I took my mother's surname. Did she mention me to you? Ao Jian asked again. She did. She ate, drank, gambled, and owed countless debts. In short, she was a heinous bastard and bully. Emo Xiaoxin replied without hesitation. The smile on Ao Jian's face instantly froze. Ahem. It was my fault back then. I will make it up to you in the future. Don't give me that. If you are really my father, I will definitely hate you. We haven't confirmed it yet. Emo Xiaoxin hurriedly took a step back and said, thinking of his father abandoning him and his mother, leaving him to bear the devastation of maternal love alone. Was this something that a human could do? He was simply a bastard. At this time, Ao Jian suddenly frowned. By the way, why did you put a bounty on your mother? Ahem, family matters. Family matters. Emo Xiaoxin's expression became extremely awkward when he heard this. If this person in front of him was really his father, then wouldn't he be hiring his father to kill his mother? Damn, even a TV series wouldn't dare to do this. This was too melodramatic. Emo Xiaoxin trembled. Fate was really terrifying. He almost found a father while playing a game. However, what Emo Xiaoxin did not know was that in the battle, if one was particularly lucky, a player could even find their ancestors of many generations. Everything depended on fate. Let's not talk anymore. I have to go see my mother, Emo Xiaoxin suddenly said. Where is your home? Ao Jian quickly asked. Don't even think about it. My mother will tell you if she wants to. If she doesn't want to, I won't tell her either. Hearing this, Ao Jian nodded with a complicated expression and did not continue to pester him. He knew how wrong the path he had taken was. He had completely become a demon. Just as Wu Qing had said, if he did not abandon the sword, he would be useless for the rest of his life. Fortunately, he comprehended the 10 demonic swords during the battle and escaped from the state of inner demons. Now that he knew that his family was still alive, Ao Jian's originally lonely heart could not help but be stirred. Moreover, he understood that this mistake had to be made up for slowly. It could not be done overnight. At this moment, Ao Jian's heart suddenly surged with excitement. Since this person is my son, my Ao family's swordsmanship has not ended yet. He can inherit my mantle and practice the Ao family swordsmanship. However, at this time, Mo Xiaoxin's figure turned into a black fog and chose to go offline. After going offline, Mo Xiaoxin quickly exited the game, then opened the gaming cabin and ran to his mother's room. My mother, don't take things too hard, Mo Xiaoxin shouted as he ran. Arriving at his mother's room, Mo Xiaoxin pushed the door open and was stunned to find that his mother was calmly eating snacks. My mother, what? Mo Lanlan looked at Mo Xiaoxin in disgust. What happened to your emotions just now? Mo Xiaoxin was stunned. That was an act. Do you really think that I care about him? I'm angry that this bastard told me to practice swordsmanship before he left, but now he's actually playing games. What a bastard, Mo Lanlan said angrily. Then why did you go offline? I can't beat him. I found a reason to retreat. That's it, Mo Xiaoxin asked in disbelief. Yeah, I'm comfortable without him. He used to control my gaming. It's good to be free now, Mo Lanlan said indifferently. She really is my mother. Mo Xiaoxin had never been dissatisfied with his mother's weird personality in his life. My mother, tell me the truth. Is he really my father? After thinking about it, Mo Xiaoxin walked to his mother's side and asked with a solemn expression. No, Mo Lanlan denied immediately. I've sorted out my thoughts and combined it with the previous situation. I can roughly guess that after my biological father passed away, you were already pregnant with me and gave birth to me. In the end, in order to anger that heartless man to death, you faked your death. In fact, you still care a lot about him, right? When you first met, your emotions didn't seem to be fake. Mo Xiaoxin asked with a puzzled expression. Hearing Mo Xiaoxin's analysis, Mo Lanlan couldn't help but stare. She felt that it was not a good thing to give birth to a smart son. All right, you don't have to explain anymore. I already understand. Don't hide it from me. In short, your son is on your side. Seeing his mother's expression, Mo Xiaoxin knew that he had guessed correctly. By the way, my mother, why did he say that you originally gave birth to a daughter? Mo Xiaoxin asked in confusion. Hearing this, Mo Lanlan sighed and finally decided to tell the truth. At that time, I wanted to anger that bastard to death. I wanted the AO family to have no descendants. But I couldn't possibly kill you. So at that time I told others that you were born a girl. When you were young, I also dressed you in a girl's outfit. Everyone believed me. But later, my thoughts changed, and I felt that I might as well die. So I asked someone to make a tombstone and specially pretended to be seriously ill for 3 months to deceive everyone. Perfect. Perfect? Mo Xiaoxin was completely convinced by his mother's train of thought. This revenge was really deliberate and ruthless. She is indeed my mother. So, my mother, how are you going to face him? Mo Xiaoxin asked softly after thinking about it. I just thought about it. Doesn't this bastard care a lot about the sword in his hand? He doesn't even want us mother and son anymore. Then I'll use my saber skills to defeat him and let him know that his swordsmanship is a fart. I'll make him suffer a little more, Mo Lanlan said proudly. My dear mother, he's AO Jian, one of the top players in the server. Not to mention his level and equipment. His inherited class skills are not something you can compare to. Mo Xiaoxin felt that his mother's idea was too arrogant and the probability of success was close to zero. Your mother is talented in playing games. It's only a matter of time before I surpass him. It's not a big problem. Mo Lanlan waved her hand indifferently. My dear mother, you work hard. I'm not good at fighting. I'll fish to raise you, Mo Xiaoxin said weakly. Hearing this, Mo Lanlan nodded. Then her expression froze. By the way, why did that bastard suddenly come to me? I seem to have heard you shouting that he wanted to kill me. What happened? Seeing his mother slowly stand up, Mo Xiaoxin knew that he could not escape this beating. Chapter 489. After the lesson, Mo Xiaoxin had a deep understanding of the weight of maternal love. After class, Mo Xiaoxin sat in the living room with a swollen face, doubting his life. Mo Xiaoxin suspected that his mother was venting the emotions buried deep in her heart on him. It was obvious that his mother had used a lot of force to hit him. He had become his father's punching bag. Thinking of this, Mo Xiaoxin's face showed a wronged expression. The thought of running away from home came to his mind for the nth time. Phew, I'm sweaty. I feel much better after taking a shower. At this time, Mo Lanlan walked out of the room in her pajamas with her wet hair draped over her shoulders. Mother, do you have any plans for the next step? Mo Xiaoxin looked at his mother and asked, Kill that bastard, defeat his sword intent, and make him suffer. Mo Lanlan said with a smile, What's the specific plan? Mo Xiaoxin asked curiously, What plan? Mo Lanlan looked confused. Mo Xiaoxin was speechless. How can you defeat Ao Jian without a plan? I'm not bragging, but I think you're no match for him, even if there were 10 of you. However, I have a good plan that you can consider. It's a shortcut. Tell me about it. Mo Xiaoxin's mother walked to the sofa beside Mo Xiaoxin and sat down. She raised her feet and put on the domineering posture of the head of the family. Advancing to a demonic chef. As long as you advance to a demonic chef, it's equivalent to getting a shortcut to becoming stronger. You should know that a life profession is of great help to a player's growth, and it's not just in terms of money. Upon hearing this, Mo Lanlan showed a familiar look of disgust on her face. However, she did not refuse this time and fell into silence. After a while, Mo Lanlan raised her head. Is it really possible for a son you picked up? Mother, your son has been in the forum for a long time. When it comes to understanding the game, your son is definitely in the top 10 or even the first in the entire server. Seeing that his mother seemed to be moved, Mo Xiaoxin quickly added, Demonic chef. All right, mother will believe you this time. Finally, Mo Lanlan, who would rather die than study, finally agreed to Mo Xiaoxin's proposal under the stimulation of Ao Jian. Mo Lanlan hated Ao Jian more than she loved him. Back then, he had abandoned his mother and son for the sake of sword practice, and what Mo Lanlan had wanted to do the most was to break his sword and break his thoughts of swords. She might not be able to do it in real life, but Mo Lanlan was very confident in the game. In her opinion, how much could Ao Jian understand the game? She had been playing the game for more than 20 years. Her understanding of the various aspects of the game was incomparable to Ao Jian's. It was absolutely doable to defeat him in a way that gave him an advantage. Dear son, there's actually another way to defeat him. It's definitely feasible. Although she agreed, Mo Lanlan raised her eyebrows and looked at Mo Xiaoxin. What? A bounty of 4 million. As long as I get it, no one will be my opponent in this game. I will sacrifice myself for the sake of my mother's revenge. What do you think, my dear son? Mo Xiaoxin. Mom, if you want to defeat him, then you have to do it yourself. You have to rely on your own efforts to grow step by step and defeat him in the end. Only then will you have a sense of accomplishment. If you rely on external forces, will you be satisfied with your victory? Mo Xiaoxin hurriedly said. Why would I be satisfied if I rely on my son's strength to win? Aren't you the power that was born from my body? We are of the same origin. Mo Lanlan was stunned. You're such a contrarian, Mo Xiaoxin shouted, on the verge of breaking down. Sigh, I thought you would grit your teeth, stomp your feet, and cruelly agree for the sake of my revenge. I didn't expect you to have such an attitude. But who asked me to love you? Forget it. Let's wait for you to raise the price to 10 million first. There's no hurry. At this time, Mo Lanlan waved her hand and gave up on continuing to argue with her son. Mo Xiaoxin did not want to speak at this moment. He was afraid that if he continued to speak, his mother would scold him until he had high blood pressure or a heart attack. All right, your mother has entered the game. Hurry up and follow me to the mansion of the dead. Didn't you say that you want to accompany me to study? Hurry up. Mo Lanlan stood up and walked to her room as she spoke. Mo Xiaoxin did not speak because he did not want to speak. Beiki, Mansion of the Dead. As Mo Lanlan waited, the figure of her son, Mo Xiaoxin, finally appeared in the teleportation circle in the central square. You're my adopted son. Mo Lanlan smiled and waved at Mo Xiaoxin. Mo Xiaoxin had a terrible headache facing his biological mother. However, it was rare for his mother to want to study. No matter how tiring it was, he had to persevere. Reading was a habit. No matter what kind of book it was, there was bound to be some knowledge absorbed from it. Mo Xiaoxin hoped that he could correct his mother's way of thinking and worldview so that she could be more normal, just like him. Have you received the trial items? Mo Xiaoxin raised his head and asked. Yes, I have. 2 books, the kind that are too thick to serve as table legs. Mo Lanlan said as she took out 2 books that were thicker than dictionaries from her channel with a look of disgust. Then let's find a place to start studying. Read it once first, whether you can understand it or not. We'll take it slowly. Although she was reluctant, Mo Lanlan still nodded. Then Mo Xiaoxin and his mother began to look for an empty seat in the Mansion of the Dead. At this moment, the streets and alleys of the Mansion of the Dead were crowded with people. Usually the players were wandering outside, so such a scene was rare. It was not easy to find an empty seat. Many of the good places had already been occupied. Mo Xiaoxin and his mother had no choice but to search in remote places in the Mansion of the Dead. After searching for a while, Mo Xiaoxin brought his mother to a green field in the south of the Mansion of the Dead. The 2 of them sat down facing each other. Mother, let's begin. Read carefully and study the contents of the book. You'll definitely succeed. Mo Xiaoxin gave his mother an encouraging look, but what he got in return was a look of disgust from his mother. Mo Lanlan sighed dispiritedly. Holding the book, she flipped to the first page. Suddenly, a table of contents with pictures and text came into view, making Mo Lanlan feel dizzy. Calm down and read carefully. Otherwise, you'll become more and more irritated. Reading is all about calming down. Mo Xiaoxin could not help but remind her. Hearing that, Mo Lanlan sighed again. She tried to calm down and began to read. In order to let the players better understand the life profession, demonic chef, the contents of the book were very detailed and easy to understand. However, it still gave Mo Lanlan a headache. After reading for half an hour, Mo Lanlan had the urge to throw the book away and go to the ghost mountains to farm and have a good time. However, when she thought of Ao Jian, she resisted the urge. This time, Mo Lanlan made up her mind. She would not stop until she crushed Ao Jian's sword heart and sword will. The first hour was indeed irritating. However, gradually, Mo Lanlan calmed down and began to focus on reading the contents of the book. Although there was a lot of content in the Demonic Chef Beginner's Handbook in order to let the players learn better, Lu Wu put in a lot of effort. He asked Lil Bei Li to think about it carefully and made several revisions during the process. Finally, this beginner's book was written. In addition to the pictures and text, there were short stories about the origin of the psionic combination method and the experiences of many demonic chefs inserted in the book. The content was very vivid, and the readers could not help but immerse themselves in it. Compared to the boring study, this book described the origin of the demonic chef, its evolution, and the process of the demonic chef's creation of the psionic combination method. While reading, it was as if the players were experiencing the historical process. After noticing that his mother had entered the zone, Mo Xiaoxin smiled. He took out the book from the channel and began to read. Although the chances of him obtaining the professional qualification were slim, he still had to give it a try. What if he succeeded? After that, both mother and son entered the zone, and the sky gradually darkened at night. Due to the problem of visibility and the fact that the area they were in was not illuminated, Mo Xiaoxin and his mother finally stopped studying. "Mother, you're awesome." Mo Xiaoxin praised sincerely when he saw that his mother had persisted in reading for a long time. Hearing this, Emo Lon Lon cast a disdainful look at her son. Obviously, the compliment did not work. Mother, let's have dinner first. After that, we'll continue studying. We won't go offline for the next few days. Let's study the psionic manipulation and combination method thoroughly. Hearing this, Emo Lon Lon nodded. Then, she took out a tablecloth from the channel and took out a pile of food. Spiritual fish sashimi, garlic conch, void spirit prawn, roasted turtle meat. After that, Emo Lon Lon began to eat. Emo, Xiaoxin, who was beside her, immediately reached out to grab the most eye-catching prawn on the tablecloth. Slap! He was slapped by Emo Lon Lon before he could reach out his hand. My dear son, what are you doing? I'm hungry. Emo Xiaoxin was stunned. Buy it from the shop yourself. These are all from your old mother. How old are you? Why are you still living off your mother? You have no future. Emo Lon Lon could not help but glare at him. Emo Xiaoxin was instantly petrified. He subconsciously opened the channel and looked inside. The food was already empty. What was more frightening was that although his bounty on the forum had been revoked, the bounty would be returned in 48 hours. This function was originally meant to prevent players from placing assassination bounties for fun, but at this moment, Emo Xiaoxin felt that he was done for. He was out of money. He looked at his balance. 9 soul coins. Mother, I'm out of money. Emo Xiaoxin said bitterly. How can that be? How can you be poor when you have money to place a bounty on your own mother? Emo Lon Lon squinted her eyes and smiled. While speaking, Emo Lon Lon looked like she was enjoying the food. Mother, can't you forgive your own son? Emo Xiaoxin looked very wronged. Say, that's enough. I'm your mother after all. Just then, Emo Lon Lon sighed. While Emo Xiaoxin was pleasantly surprised, she opened the trading panel and threw 1 soul coin over. Her smile instantly froze. Maternal love is great. I'll let you live off your mother again. Go to the shop and buy some bread. Although it doesn't taste good, it'll fill you up. Emo Lon Lon nodded at Emo Xiaoxin solemnly. What a heavy mother's love. 1 soul coin could buy 2 pieces of dry bread. The thought of running away from home came to Emo Xiaoxin's mind again. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and fill your stomach. We have to study later, Emo Lon Lon said with a stunned expression. Emo Xiaoxin did not say anything. He quietly opened the shop and bought a bread that cost 2 soul coins. Then he quietly ate it at the side. He looked at his mother, who was enjoying her meal, and then at the bread in his hand. Emo Xiaoxin lowered his head and took a big bite. For some reason, his eyes turned red. The bitterness of life and the heaviness of maternal love had never changed since he was young.